All right, here we go. Well, good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Tuesday, March 19, 2019 meeting of the Edina City Council. This meeting will be followed by the HRE meeting, but we're calling the Edina City Council meeting to order now. Roll call, please. Ms. Benarott.
Member Brindle. Here. Member Staunton.
Here.
Member Fisher.
Here.
Member Anderson.
Here.
Mayor Hovland.
Here. We have a form of meeting agenda in front of us this evening. Manager Neal, any changes to the meeting agenda?
No, sir. No changes.
Anyone else have any changes to the meeting agenda? Otherwise, I'll entertain a motion to approve the meeting agenda as shown.
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve the meeting agenda as shown. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carried. Next, on to community comment. I think Ms. Benarott visited with folks beforehand. Is there anyone in the audience that wishes to address the council on a matter of concern to them that's not otherwise on the agenda this evening? Yes, ma'am. Please come forward and give us your name and address.
Hi, Mayor and Council. Roberta Castellano, 4854 France Avenue South. Got a lot tonight, so I'll just go through what I can in the allotted time. You probably know that this week I filed a public data request with the City of Edina. I've filed a few of them. This is under the Minnesota Government Data Practices Act, Minnesota Statutes Chapter 13. And I'm requesting public data gathered and maintained by the City of Edina for the members of the Edina Comprehensive Plan, 50th and France Small Area Plan Work Group. Because we have not, the neighborhoods, the surrounding neighborhood have not been told, not much has been disclosed about the work group members. It's been very secretive. When my neighbor Brian, whose home was shown demolished in the 50th and France Small Area Plan, when he made a comment that Planning Commissioner Ian Nemerov felt was critical, Ian reacted harshly. This was on February 5th, and really put resident Brian in his place. And I felt that Ian really showed that he was working, frankly, on behalf of Lunds. But Ian really told Brian off when he said, quote, "Your fifth comment raises suspicion of the underlying motivations of the members of the 50th and France Working Group, how it was selected, and to which stakeholders our attention belongs," close quote. Quote, "This is not the first time I have heard comments like this about the 50th and France Work Group, but this email will be the first and hopefully the last time that I will respond." So I thought that was really offensive. And so as I said, we need to open up, we need to find out about who these work group members are, and we do need to find out, in fact, to which stakeholders their attention belongs. I mean, at this point, well, frankly, I learned that work group member Christine Picard is a vice president at ESG Architecture, who is doing a lot of work around the area. They're up at 4500 France. They're at the Avador up next to Jerry's grocery store. They've been down at Edina Flats on Valley View and Wooddale. And frankly, based on some comments she made, I felt that that ESG might already be under contract with Lunds and a plan might be ready to go. So I think we need to find out more about that.
All right, so if you run out of time, it looks like you're closer, Ms. Castellano.
Yeah.
You want to touch on one more topic quickly, and then we can take your written comments as well. You can hand them to the
I won't
clerk.
be able to tonight.
Okay. All right.
I think that's it.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to address the council on a matter of concern to them that's not otherwise on the agenda this evening? Okay. Seeing no one coming forward, we'll move on to the next portion of the agenda, which is the city manager's response to community comments, which were made to the council a couple of weeks ago or within the last month or so. Manager Neal.
Thank you, Your Honor. We had one comment that was offered by Ms. Castellano at our March 4th meeting, and she offered the comment that in order to have a better understanding of the scope and the changes of the proposed comprehensive plan, that it would be good if we could put our original comprehensive plan and its various amended versions online. And we are able to do sort of a hybrid of that, and it went live yesterday on our website. So if we've been able to put a PDF of our original our 2008 comprehensive plan, and then attach to that a different file that describes the amendments that have been made to it over time. So you can get a sense of what we had, how it was amended, and what we're possibly going to approve later this year at the council level. So that is live. It's on our website. The best option I could tell somebody to do is go to our website. If you're looking for it, go to our website and search for comprehensive plan. They'll take you right to that page.
All right, good. Thank you. On to the consent agenda. Is there anyone on the council that wishes to remove an item from the consent agenda? Member Staunton.
Mr. Mayor, I'd ask that we remove items 5E, 5J, and 5Q.
Okay. Anyone else?
Yes.
Member Brindle?
I'm also asking to remove 5E. I would like to remove 5F and 5L and 5Q.
L and Q.
E, F, L, Q.
All right. With the exception of items E, F, J, L, and Q, is there a motion to adopt the balance of the consent agenda?
So moved. Second.
Motion second to adopt the consent agenda with the exclusion of items E, F, J, L, and Q. Any further discussion? All those in favor of the motion as stated, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carried. And both Member Brindle and Member Staunton had some inquiry with regard to the request for purchase, which is characterized as the South Sanitary Trunk Line Capacity Evaluation. And Member Staunton, you had raised the issue first. If you want to speak to that.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Really a question for staff. I'm just trying to make sure we're doing this in the right order. So my question is, we're doing this study, but I wonder if it's premature given that we've done a 70th and Cahill small area plan, but that's really for that. It's confined to that commercial node at the corner of 70th and Cahill, and there's a broader area that includes, for instance, the site that was proposed for some housing that probably triggered this study. And to me, I wonder if we should be examining more closely what kinds of possibilities there are in this area before moving forward with a study. And I just wanted to hear if staff has talked about that. I know we had some email exchanges today, Manager Neal and I did, but it'd be helpful, I think, for me and anybody watching to hear kind of what the proper sequencing of our investigation is on this topic.
Councilmember Staunton, members of council, I think the proposal was to sort of break out of the chicken and egg scenario that we might find ourselves in as we begin to plan for different development scenarios in that area. As people are beginning to plan for what could happen in that area, they would be better informed if they knew what the potential impact on water and wastewater utilities would be in that area. So that's where the study comes in, to look at several different development scenarios which could be scaled, and it would give us a sense of what underground utilities are necessary in that area for whatever development scenario might ultimately be preferred by the Planning Commission and Council. And Mr. Milner can jump in with more detailed response.
I would just add on those scenarios. It's the do nothing scenario. We have a potential concern we want to see how to solve, but then there's this maximum of if it's all residential down there, what's that look like for flows? And that kind of brackets these maximum flows. And we're just trying to figure out what's the range of flows and what are the options to solve it? So then when we do a small area plan of this entire industrial park area, we can answer that question for that group at the time of if they want to propose this kind of land use, here's what we would need to do in the sanitary sewer to be able to handle that
So would
situation.
it be, so let's say we, went through a process and we decided what's appropriate there as office. Would these scenarios help us as we did that?
Yep, one of the scenarios is much heavier use office.
Okay.
A higher density office. So they hired, Bar Engineering's doing all the modeling, which they do typically. They hired a planner to help with this discussion of what it could look like.
So take the universe of options and try to give some sense of what we
Yep.
would need to do in any given planning scenario.
Correct.
Okay.
Not unlike what we do with traffic in terms of trying to imagine when we do a larger scale traffic study, not just for a specific area, but for a part of town, trying to examine what's the maximum traffic condition, what's likely to occur, so that we can size infrastructure to fit somewhere in the middle.
Let me go to Member Brindle first, and then we'll come back over to you. Member
Okay,
Brindle.
thank you. Director Milner, there is a map that was provided with the scope of service, and there are some red areas in that map that are identified as edge areas. So are those the areas being studied, or is it everything, including those edge areas and what's in between?
Everything and including these edge areas. So we.
Okay, so between the edge areas,
Yeah.
which are red,
Yeah.
and then everything between.
This would be one of the scenarios if we just did residential on the edges, or if we did everything residential. So it's kind of identifying within the proposal, what does edge areas mean?
I see.
This would be this could be like a halfway between residential and continue the office industrial use down there.
Okay.
So it's
So we have one proposal that's kind of working its way through the system here, and that property is not identified as being red in here. So is that part of the study area?
It is. It's
The
part of
dry
this-
cleaner
Yep, it's part of the study
up
area.
at 70th? Well,
Mm-hmm.
that property is not marked red. Am I wrong? I mean, it doesn't look like it to me.
Yeah, but if it's already zoned that way, we're going to consider that zoning.
Oh, I see.
Remember, this area
Okay.
picks up 2/3 of Edina, so we're looking at all the flows coming into here, and then what additional do we add to that
I
system
see.
at this
So,
point?
so the areas in red are those that are not currently zoned.
Correct, I believe so. We worked with Director
certain way.
Teague and looked at these different
Okay.
properties.
All right, I
and
just
uses.
want to be
Yeah.
sure that the site where the
Yeah.
proposal
Yes,
is moving through is included in this study.
it is, and
Okay.
one property won't move the needle one way or the other, so we're going to encompass everything here.
Okay.
If one or two gets missed, it really won't change what the outcome of the study will be.
See, all right, just looking at the rest of my notes, and they align with what Member Staunton asked, so that's fine, thank you.
All right, thank you. Member Fisher.
So I just talked to Director Milner a little bit before the meeting, and my concern is that, similar to Councilmember Staunton's, that we don't go out and do planning that's too small. And I think I've gotten a little comfortable that this is really to inform a bigger planning process, not to limit a bigger planning process. And I could be comfortable with that, as long as we just can't go too far. It's like we got to gather the information, but I want to make the pitch that we really need to engage in this planning process sooner rather than later for this bigger Cahill area.
So for folks in the audience and at home, what we're talking about is a request made by staff to study what they call the South Sanitary Trunk Line sewer capacity. And that basically would extend from Highway 100 over to Cahill from 70th to 78th Street, encompassing that entire neighborhood, to look at what sort of sewer capacity would be necessary in the event we have some companies coming or developers coming that might want to develop a variety of different uses over there. We had a project, this is all triggered off a project we had proposed by some developers from Minnetonka that wanted to do some apartment buildings just west of Highway 100 and south of 70th. And that project was turned down because of our well, it was turned down right off the bat because we don't have the sewer capacity, and we also didn't know if we wanted to be engaged in housing over in that commercial industrial zoned area. So we're going to now study, the idea is to study that entire area to see what its sewer capacity is and should be to deal with future development possibilities over a wide range of development possibilities. So, Member Staunton, would you care to move the matter?
So moved.
Member Brindle?
Second.
Okay, we got a motion and second to accept staff's recommendation with respect to the South Sanitary Trunk Line Capacity Evaluation. Any further discussion? All those in favor of staff's, approving staff's request, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Carried. And then Member Brindle, F is a similar matter. It's a proposal for purchase. Want to do some work on the Minnehaha Trunk Sewer rehabilitation. There's a project there that needs some attention. Do you want to express your concerns about that matter?
I just have a clarifying question for Director Milner. So there are two capital improvement projects referenced in this item. One is CP 15-150 and one is CIP 15-147. And so this particular item is in reference to CIP 15-150 delaying the work on CIP 15-147, correct?
Correct.
Okay. The location of 15-147 is about 75th Street and York Avenue. Is that Minnehaha Watershed District or is that 9 Mile Creek?
It doesn't really matter. So I think.
Oh, doesn't it?
No. So the
Okay.
confusion in this budget impact, we were trying to explain that we went out for bids and the project came above what we had estimated in that first CIP number for the
Right.
Minnehaha. So in order to pay for that difference, we're going to delay that York Avenue sanitary project and just use the funding from there here and do that at a later date.
Okay.
So it has nothing to do with that project over there, other than to say that we're going to use some of the funding that's in the CIP, just use it for one project, move it to the other project.
Okay.
So that's
All
the
right.
confusion.
That's the only reason that I took this off,
Yeah.
because I looked at them both grouped under Minnehaha, and I suspect that the other one is 9 Mile, but it doesn't matter. It's because you're just moving funds.
Exactly. We just want to show.
Reallocating funds.
Correct.
Okay, then I will move 5F unless someone else has another question.
Member Staunton?
I'd second that.
All right. Any further discussion? All those in favor of this matter say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. And then Member Staunton is, J is the Edina dockless bike scooter sharing pilot program and the MOU that's proposed to be entered into with Lime Bike for the calendar year 2019.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So an observation and then a couple of questions. The observation that was interesting to me is that the scooter use was higher than the bike use, which is in our recent trip to DC, I noticed ample scooter use as well. So maybe that's the next trend. So the couple of questions is, one, did we get any feedback from residents? I know I got some last fall about where the bikes and scooters are getting left and how quickly they're getting collected and if that's working the way we want it to work. And I didn't see anything in the materials on that.
So in the report that Lime provided, there was a few comments on how many calls they got. We got just a handful of similar comments from residents, and it mostly when a bike was left
In a neighborhood.
on a corner, not even a neighbor, just a corner, and then they notice it's sitting there for 2, 3, 4,
Yeah.
5 days, and they're like, this thing should just move, when it was properly parked and just nobody checked it out. So we had more calls there was a few in residential. Along 70th Street, we had a few calls
Vernon.
along some of those properties right on 70, to move the bike from the corner or something like that.
But much, much less than we figured. I mean,
Yes.
when they came in, we geared up and really put the word out to everybody that answers the city phone that we want to keep track of these, because we're pretty sure we were going to be inundated with complaints, and it wasn't anything like what we thought.
So in this MOU that's being proposed, is there any readjustment of the pickup protocols or the I mean, that bike that you're talking about that gets left 4 or 5 days, is that something that we want to change, or do we not care, or what's the approach on that?
We're gonna have the same pickup, so you can always call the phone number. They'll come out within 1 to 2 days to move it. If anybody has one in their yard, just call the number. That's the
Oh, okay.
fastest way to get it moved. There's a sticker on the bike or scooter. If we start to see challenges of where people are parking, we can actually geocode places where they can't be left. So we didn't have any of those last year, but let's say one spot just we keep getting phone calls, they keep getting phone calls. They can set in the GPS where you're not supposed to leave the bike, and they'll continue to get charged if someone leaves it in one of those areas, and
Oh.
they'll tell them to get it out of there, or you're gonna keep getting charged or get fined. So
Okay.
there's ways to work around it. If we're looking forward to having a full season of using them, remember, we didn't start till August, so
Right.
it wasn't really a full season pilot. So we're welcoming this full season pilot to see how the use changes.
So then the other question I have is, when the presentation was given to us last year, one of the things I thought was really intriguing was this notion of data collection,
Yep.
that we could figure out where the bikes are going and what paths they're taking, and that might give us some insights into our bike and pedestrian planning, et cetera. Is there a way to get that in, and it ideally in some kind of graphic? It almost would be a doodle of where what the paths are. I mean, I think you could put it in a graphic if they had the data. That would be really interesting to see where the typical routes are that people are using these.
So we didn't have access to that sort of map last year. We know that data is available because we've seen it presented through other communities. So since your question came up, we've already asked them to see if we can have that
Okay.
ability for this year. And maybe even go back to last year and see if they can pull that data from their GPS.
Yeah, I just think that was one of the
Yep.
advantages for us, is we were going to get data as we're continuing to do our planning to help us understand pathways that people
Yep.
use.
And just a little forewarning, if you do that map and it shows a scooter going about 8,000 circles in my driveway, it was me. And it was practicing, just practicing.
On the road.
Yeah, I just have a question, Director Milner, about liability. We saw a lot of scooters in play last week, and I saw a lot of foot dragging, I saw a little wobbling. So with increased scooter usage, there is probably an increased possibility of somebody falling off. Does the city have any liability?
No, they have to sign a user agreement when you create an account with Lime.
Okay,
That is-
so it's entirely up to Lime, and we don't worry about that?
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions regarding the renewal of this pilot project for the entire biking season here? Member Staunton, you want to move the approval of the memorandum of understanding with Lime to provide bike and scooter sharing services for 2019?
That's just for this year? So we
Yeah,
can
it's a
review
one
this
year.
again
Yeah.
next year?
Yep.
Correct.
Okay, so moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Got a motion and second with respect to approval of a memorandum of understanding with Lime Bike to provide bike and scooter sharing services for 2019. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carried. And Member Brindle, the next one was the traffic safety report of January 2019, which was item L.
Right.
And
Thank you. In this one, I also have a clarification. So this is item A2. It's in section A is items on which the Traffic Safety Committee recommends action. And correct me if I'm wrong, it looks like the action has already been completed on this one, because it says staff reviewed the site and installed a crosswalk in 2018. Are they asking for something different?
Maybe I'll ask our traffic safety
Yeah,
coordinator who happens to be here tonight, because I don't know. If we can ask Nick Baller, our traffic safety coordinator?
I'd appreciate a clarification,
You could
because I
just-
read it and I went, seems this is already done.
See if he
Mr.
really-
Baller? Good evening.
Yeah, good evening, Mayor, members of council. If you read the explanation for item A2 being approved, it is because it was originally listed as an item C back in December of 2017. And the reason for that was because we had to look at a lot of the location of putting in a crosswalk, because we had a lot of obstacles to deal with a bus stop and I think electrical units and stuff
Sure.
like that. So it was staff agreed that it was with the pedestrian usage that is included in the report, that it is recommended to be put in. We just wanted to use it as a C item at that time. And since then, it was kind of just, it kept kind of falling through the cracks until being brought forth through this traffic safety report.
So I think it was a recommendation that a crosswalk needed to go there. We just didn't know the location. So it was approved already. This is a follow-up to say that it was installed and it was identified to put it on the east side of that intersection. And it already was installed.
Okay, all right, good, because I'm reading it going,
Yep.
seems this is already done.
Huh?
Yeah, so,
It was a follow-up.
all right.
Yeah.
Well, thank you. I just needed that clarification because usually when we get things in Section A, it's things that are going to be done, recommended to be done. And so that's why this took me by surprise.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Any other questions with respect to the traffic safety report of January 29, 2019 by council members? Member Brindle, anything further?
No.
Otherwise, would you care to move approval of the traffic safety report for January 29, 2019?
I will move approval. That is indeed the date of the traffic safety report of January 29, 2019.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. And then both Member Staunton and Member Brindle had questions about item Q, 5Q, which is proposed final rezoning and final development plan for 7200, 7250 France Avenue. Member Brindle, why don't you lead off on this matter?
Okay. The preliminary approval of 7200, 7250 France was based on the information provided to us at that time, which included 10 townhomes. And I see in attachment 1, which is final development plan part 1, and attachment 2, which is final development plan part 2, I still see the 10 townhomes there. It's my understanding that the current developer that we're working with on this project does not intend to himself build those townhomes, but plans to sell that pad for another developer to build those townhomes. I'm looking for the date by which those townhomes will be built so that we have a commitment that they will be built by a certain time.
I thought we had that in our preliminary agreement.
I did too, and I couldn't put my finger on it, so that's why
there were some that had to be built by an earlier date, and there was a kind of a drop dead date, I think. Mr. Randhut may have.
Yeah, I couldn't put my finger on it, so I would like that on the record, please.
I recall that question coming up during preliminary.
It was during
Is it
term sheet.
term
sheet stuff. It wasn't during.
Okay.
Yeah, the zoning regulation on the requirement that the townhomes have to be built is that it's put right into the PUD zoning for this site. So that's the only use that is allowed. So it's kind of, there's the zoning requirement that those have to be built, and then there's the dates that are tied into as part of the TIF agreement.
So when I'm looking at Resolution 2019-23, and then I'm looking at Ordinance 2019-15, let's see here. Okay, so number 1, Ordinance number 2019-15, that needs to change. Where in this ordinance, it says principal uses and townhomes is here. I see that.
It's the approved plans statement, so it's only the approved plans.
Okay. All right.
Can be
so
built on the
that's
site.
where it's defined.
Correct.
Is the approved plans. Okay. Just wanted to be sure because I didn't see them broken out as I would expect them to be since they're not going to be built with the project itself.
All right, thank you. Member Staunton.
So at the time that we granted preliminary approval to this, the preliminary approval included 18 conditions. And I know, I remember that I was the one who asked that conditions 16, 17, and 18 be added. And I'd like to understand where we are on those before we give final approval, because I feel like we should be making sure we've satisfied all the conditions before we provide final approval. And I would note as well that condition number 7 provides that a developer's agreement / site improvement plan agreement is required at the time of final approval. Condition 18 seems related to that, city council approval of a site improvement plan agreement. And I think the discussion that we had about that was really with respect to the 72nd Street corridor and how that would get done. And it's feeling like we don't have solutions to that yet. We're being asked to approve this tonight. And so I'm looking for some feedback from staff about where we are on those conditions and how they've been satisfied.
I can go first in regard to the site improvement plan agreement. That was our intention to have that as part of the agenda. That's our typical protocol, is to have that agreement worked out and do the zoning at the same time. When the packets went out last week, we were close, but we weren't quite there. We've since met with the developer this Monday, worked out the agreement. We're in agreement, but we thought it was too late to run that onto the agenda at this late time. So what we'll do is bring that to the city council at your next meeting.
And does the scope of that include 72nd Street, the Woonorf, the France Avenue, Gallagher corridors? What's the scope of the improvement agreement?
Yeah, I'll let Director Milner address the street.
Yeah, the improvement agreement lists this resolution as that they got to meet these conditions. So the 72nd Street, I worked with the applicant. We came up with what would be the section of 72nd Street to maximize living streets, make it a demonstration project. So right now it's as narrow as it can be. We're replacing a narrow sidewalk with a big wide shared use path, adding boulevard trees, putting a curve in the road. So we feel like we're maximizing at this point. My intention was, once council approved the final zoning, then we'd go out to the neighborhood to get comments on that, to see what they would like to tweak and change. It could be we feel those changes could be made to that section after council approval. And then we'd try to also tie in the intersections of Cornelia and 72nd and Oaklawn and 72nd as a test case for the summer. Maybe try some things out this summer and maybe have city budget that could work on those two intersections later in the next year or two.
And is there, with respect to that Linmar intersection, what's the nature of the plans that you're talking about there?
The conditions of the approval said 72nd between France and Linmar. It didn't include Linmar at this point. So it's not part of the concept. So it necks down right after Linmar. It goes from 30-some feet down to 24 feet.
So so is there any reason that we can't get input from the neighborhood before we finalize that?
I don't consider it final at this point. I think if council approves the general draft plan, I would say, and then we get feedback from the neighbors, I think if you want to expand the scope of the street improvements, how far away from a development project can you legally go? Can Linmar intersection be included as part of these improvements? That's kind of a legal question on how far you can extend improvements.
Well, certainly there's been discussion about how this project affects the traffic in and out of the neighborhood.
Yep.
And that Linmar intersection, it seems to me, is kind of a boundary of where the property is. And so I'd like to see that taken into account. Let's set that aside for a second. What has been done with the Woonarf, the condition 16, designing it to prevent cut-through traffic? Was that part of the improvement agreement?
That's a condition in there. When I look at the plans, my opinion is they've done a shared use. They got different textures of pavement, different widths. They got landscaping items along that Woonarf, so they have done some things to make it more pedestrian friendly, but I think maybe that's a question for the applicant to see where they feel they're on that condition.
Okay, and I think that's a good idea. Maybe we can talk about that in a second. Before we go to that, 17 was working with Hennepin County to have the right turn lane requirement into the site off France eliminated. What's the status on that?
Still in discussions. We haven't got full support from the county yet on that.
Okay. I don't know, maybe Mr. DeVolis, do you want to answer the question about the Woonorf and what's been done to make it more challenging to cut through?
Yes, Dean DeVolis, DJ Architecture, 5009 Ridge Road, Edina, Minnesota. What was fortunate is I took a trip to the Netherlands. Actually, before I submitted the final drawings, I actually got a chance to really study street design through Amsterdam, Brussels, and a variety of cities that really were going to expert at how to handle streets, how to manage traffic, how to scale it. And part of the package we're going to introduce is what they use the term as tables. We call them raised sidewalks, which is actually a very effective element that we're actually probably going to introduce along the Woonorf and along our test portion of 72nd. And these tables generally occur at crosswalks. They slow traffic. They create a better identity, and it really diminishes cut through. The other element that they worked on is curb definition. The idea is that where they want to send traffic more through, the curb is established as a low curb. Where they want to have traffic less likely to come through, the curb is raised, the sidewalk is raised the same elevation as a curb. So instead of the way we do streets down North America where they're all treated equally, there's a hierarchical system of curb, tables, and sidewalks which really help define traffic, slow traffic, and create a different flow of traffic that goes through the area. So that's part of the element along, what Chad mentioned in terms of textures, the mini roundabout, the raised tables, the curb definition, the scale of the street, all those aspects really work. And studying the streets over there and their methodology, which they have the same issues, I had a chance to see these in use in an actual urban environment to do that. So yes, a lot of those elements are being incorporated within and will be, because it was a chance of going overseas for the study street design. It really helped inform the design of both 72nd and the Woonorf further to really establish that the goals that really both you and I, council, and ourselves and community have established.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Teague, what's the deadline from a 60, 120-day rule perspective on our final plan approval?
April 16th is the 60-day rule, so we've got a little time.
And when is our meetings in April are?
April 2nd and the 16th.
Okay, so we could approve this as late as the 16th. Okay.
Correct.
I don't know if others have questions, Mr. Mayor. I have some comments once others do.
Sure. Member Fisher, anything?
Well, I guess I have a similar concern about the 72nd Street portion of this, and it's a little tricky because, normally when you do a preliminary development plan and then you get to the final, it's completely controlled by the developer. It's their property. In this case, we have a hybrid situation where we have public street that's part of this development project. It's part of the approval of the preliminary. We want to engage the neighbors. There's a timing to that, and it's, it just takes longer. You're engaging the public on design that it affects a final design approval. And I guess what I would want to know is, and part of the reason you hold the approval of the final design is that's your leverage, right? That's how you make sure this is what we agree upon. But we're not fully there, it sounds like, because we certainly haven't met with the neighbors and everything. But what I'm trying to understand is, do we still have leverage? Because in effect, the street has to meet the city requirements. So much of this is still going to be led by city staff, engaging the neighbors and such. So, that's what I'm trying to understand. Do we lose leverage in any of this? Or do you feel like we maintain that, we can get the input we need, still further the design? I mean, I don't sense there's any problem. I think we're all on the same page with where we're going with this. But there are concerns that how do we make sure?
Well, Attorney Knutson probably commented on it too, but we have escrow or security within the agreement. So there's going to be $1 million available that if the street doesn't get built, the city can do it. So if we can't come to an agreement between the parties, we can use that security. Attorney Knudsen could probably speak to that, but I think we'll get there either through them, and I'm pretty confident we will, because they have that requirement to build that street, and it's in that agreement.
Other questions from council members?
So, go ahead.
Member Sutton, I had one that was prompted by the colloquy that you had. So, really, Director Teague, I mean, this is a little bit unusual situation where when we usually come to final, everything's buttoned up. We don't have any contingencies out there, but what we're seeing here are the number of conditions that are attached that Member Staunton mentioned, and you get to those last three, 16, 17, 18, they're still kind of hanging out there as things that we need to do. So what are and maybe this is a question more for Roger Knudsen than it is for Director Teague, what are the consequences of final approval tonight when you've got a couple of conditions out there that Member Staunton's articulated well, I think, and the applicants tried to answer questions about, and staff has as well, that we know will be done to the sort of standards that this council would want to see them done at? And do we have a role after the fact with respect to these conditions, even though there's a final approval in place?
Well, to the extent that it's working the public street, you're in control. If it's on private property, then we need the agreements. But if it's in a public street, you can do the work whether they like it or not. It's your street.
How about with respect to the site improvement plan agreement? We haven't, usually we would be looking at that contemporaneously with what we're doing here tonight, and so we're going to look at that after the fact. What if there's some things about that that we don't care for, that would cause us to have second thoughts about final approval?
Well, if you give final approval to rezoning, it's done. But the site improvement performance agreement comes to you for approval, and we believe we've worked out something appropriate. But if you want changes in there, you still can, because you haven't approved it yet.
All right. So the final development plan is contingent on all these different conditions, all 18 of them. We've talked about 3 of them that are important at this moment in time, but this whole action is really held in abeyance until we're satisfied that those 3 conditions have been met and the other conditions as well.
Yes, but you have to take final action within the 120-day period.
So if we see something we don't like within that 120-day period and we get this conditional final approval and the applicant refuses to make the changes that we think are important to be made, well, then what?
Then you wouldn't approve the site improvement performance agreement. You couldn't just say, here it is. You don't need the agreement in the sense you say,
right. Here it is. Here's what we want to see done.
If you want to proceed, sign it.
Yeah, within the 120-day period.
Yeah.
Okay. And that's the 16th?
Yeah.
16th of April.
April. Okay. Member Staunton?
So, Mr. Mayor, I mean, I think we have some time. Typically, we, as you put it, we get this buttoned up before we give final approval. I would be in favor of continuing this. The other dynamic here is, I think, throughout this discussion, we've had a lot of conversations with folks in the adjacent neighborhood. The 72nd Street corridor is a big deal to that neighborhood, and I think some engagement with the public over this next month would be a really good thing, to communicate to them that even if we can't get it completely done in that time, communicate to those folks that we're interested in what they want to see in that area to make that the kind of traffic calming, residential neighborhood feeling reimagination of 72nd Street that we talked about. And so and that would give us some additional time to work with Hennepin County to see if we can get that right turn lane requirement eliminated off of France, and get the development agreement / site improvement agreement, which it sounds like is pretty close to all ready to go, put in front of us. So my inclination would be to continue it to our next meeting and see where we're at that point, and maybe get a report in from staff on that. that way it still gives us some time if there's something we need to adjust at that point. So I guess I'd make the motion to continue this until the April 2nd meeting.
Second.
Is there a second? Okay. All right. The other reason I think that that's an important motion is that it seemed a bit awkward to me to be, and a little bit, not disingenuous maybe, but a little bit ringing hollow in terms of the public hearing we've got coming up next on TIF. So if we approve the final development plan, knowing that TIF is a vital part of it, it just seems like things are a little bit awkward and a hair out of sequence. So I like the idea of postponing it and then having the hearing and things I think would potentially move forward together in a more appropriate sort of way.
And during that process, I think it would be good to get some sense. I can appreciate Director Milner's comments about the scope of the 72nd Street work, but I think some engagement with the community would help us think a little bit about if there's anything at that Linn-Mar intersection that might be helpful, as well as the Cornelia and, was it West Shore or Oak Lawn intersections as well. I just think it's going to be a really important part of this project. The more we keep all that stuff together, the better it'll be.
Other comments? We've got a motion and a second to extend the matter in front of us regarding final rezoning and final development plan, Resolution 2019-23 and Ordinance 2018-15 for 7200 and 7250 France, to postpone that matter to our next City Council meeting on April 2nd, 2019. Any further discussion? Member Fisher?
I just want to be clear, there's a lot of good stuff happening here, and it feels like a lot of people pulling in the same direction, and I think we could make great improvements. This isn't about we think anything's wrong. It's just I think it is important to keep things in the right order and have that process mean something. So, for what it's worth.
Good. All those in favor of postponing the defined matter to April 2nd, 2019, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carried. And now we are on to a couple of special recognitions and presentations.
So maybe while they're pulling it up, I can give a quick introduction, Mayor and members of the
Certainly.
council. The next two presentations are staff from the engineering department, so I want to do a little introduction. You already got to meet Nick Baller, the traffic safety coordinator. He's going to give a presentation on the traffic safety request summary for 2018. Nick's actually been with the city for about 10 years. He started as a seasonal park employee. He was an intern in our department for a while. He was the part-time traffic safety, and then based on comments from the ETC, we made him full-time last year. So this report out is showing all the work he's done over the last year as the full-time traffic safety coordinator. Andrew Scipione, you recognize him. He served as our engineering technician for the last 5 years. He was also an intern in our department, and we hired him as the engineering tech. And with the recent departure of Mark Nolan, we felt like we better promote him to a leadership position before somebody else steals him. So he's now our new transportation planner. He's going to give a report out on the PACS funding and review from 2018 and projects going forward. So with that,
Can I just, before Mr. Scipione starts, ask if there's any particular color coding to the tie and shirt this evening? There seems to be a theme usually, so I'm just wondering what tonight's is.
Sure. So the report tonight, usually I try to color code based on our 5-year CIP map. So this, I'm presenting on the 2018, and 2018 is orange, so that's the orange shirt.
There you go. All right, thank you. I knew there was a method to your madness.
It would have been an orange bow tie, but I don't have an orange bow tie yet, so my apologies. So thank you, Mayor, members of council,
Nice to have
Director
you here.
Milner.
This is always, I think, an interesting night to see how we've spent our non-motorized money in the prior year.
Yes,
Go
indeed.
ahead.
So tonight I'll be presenting on the 2018 Pedestrian and Cyclist Safety Fund Summary Report. So a couple things I'm going to try to accomplish tonight. I'll give a quick background on the history of the PACS Fund, go into detail about the 2018 expenditures, talk briefly about the 2018 construction projects, and then give you a little preview of the projects that we're proposing for 2019, this year, and next year, 2020. So just to give a little bit of background into the Pedestrian and Cyclist Safety Fund, or the PACS Fund, it was approved by City Council in December of 2012. and it's financed through revenue from private utility franchise fees. The revenue is approximately $1.2 million annually, and this funding is used exclusively for improvements to the city's non-motorized transportation network. So sidewalks, bike lanes, pedestrian safety, things like that. And the emphasis for the early years of the fund has really been on construction of new infrastructure components. So going into the expenditures from 2018, we had approximately $1.4 million available in 2018. And this amount reflects a combination of not only the franchise fee revenue, but also grants and other cost share projects that occurred in 2018, as well as some grants that we received from 2017 projects. Just under $1 million was spent in 2018 on PACS items, about 70% of them on construction of new facilities. You can see the breakdown here, about $660,000 on new facilities constructed in 2018, and about $83,000 in final payments for previous year's projects. And then on the administrative side, we had about $80,000 in expenditures for professional services. These are for some sidewalk projects that we had consultants design for us, as well as final payment for the 2018 pedestrian and bicycle master plan. The other category, maintenance, supplies, IT support, things like that, was about $9,000. And then my position, the transportation planner, is also funded out of this, or financed through this fund, and that counted for about $125,000 out of this fund. So going into a little detail about an overview, I guess, of the 2018 construction projects. So starting on the west side of town, we have the Valley View Road sidewalk project from Gleason Road to Mark Terrace Drive. This is phase one of what we're anticipating to be a 3-year project. And this sidewalk was recommended by the city's Active Routes to School plan. Then we have the Valley View Road and Valley Lane sidewalk and pedestrian curb ramp improvements. Item B there. These were items that were part of the Normandale Park reconstruction project. Then over on the east side of town, we have the West 60th Street sidewalk from School Road to Concord Avenue. This was constructed as part of the Concord A&G neighborhood roadway project. And then on 62nd Street and Brookview Avenue, we constructed a combination of sidewalks, shared use paths, and bike lanes as part of that area's street reconstruction project. On the north side of town, we constructed a sidewalk on France Avenue between 42nd Street and 38th Street, This project was done as part of a cost share with Hennepin County and the City of St. Louis Park. And then item F there, on the far east side, the Xerxes Avenue West 68th Street sidewalk. This was a section of sidewalk that we constructed going from the Cub Foods parking lot to Xerxes Avenue. And this was also a cost share with Cub Foods. Finally, we have a couple projects that were coincident with Public Works mill and overlay projects. Cahill Road from 78th Street to 70th Street and Valley View Road from Antrim to Creek Valley Road. These two segments already had on-street bike lanes. So the PACS fund, after these mill and overlay projects, the PACS fund contributed to restriping those bike facilities. And then looking ahead to 2019 projects that we're proposing to construct this year, again, starting on the west side of town, we have the Lincoln Drive shared use path. This will go from Londonderry Road on the south to the cul-de-sac on the north end. This will connect to the Three Rivers Park District 9 Mile Creek Regional Trail. And it's anticipated that this segment will continue to the northwest, connect underneath Highway 169, and continue west to Minnetonka. Phase 2 of the Valley View Road sidewalk will be constructed from Mark Terrace Drive to Moccasin Valley Road. And then on Tracy Avenue, we're looking to construct a shared use path between Valley Lane, the roundabout that was recently constructed, across the bridge over 62 to the north ramps. This area on Tracy here has frequently been noted as a critical gap in our non-motorized transportation network. So we're very much looking forward to closing that gap. On West 70th Street, we're going to be constructing another shared use path from Cahill Road, again connecting to 9 Mile Creek's Regional Trail. We anticipate that this segment will also be part of a future connection of shared use facilities continuing to the south that will eventually connect to the Highland Park Highland Lake Park Reserve, in Bloomington. At the intersection of Vernon Avenue and Interlochen Boulevard, we're performing some intersection improvements, or looking to perform some intersection improvements. That project is a combination of TIF funding and PAX funding. And then along Vernon Avenue, between Arcadia Avenue and southbound Highway 100 ramps, we're going to be constructing a sidewalk on the south side. Here at City Hall, we're looking to construct a raised crosswalk or a speed table. This item was raised out of concerns about vehicles cutting through the parking lot during peak hours. So our intent here is to improve pedestrian safety of those that are crossing from City Hall to the parking lot and to reduce traffic speeds and volumes of that cut-through traffic. At Wooddale Avenue and Valley View Road, we're going to construct install a traffic signal. Again, this project is also a combination of TIF funding and PAX funding. Along Brookview Avenue in Arden Park neighborhood, we're going to construct a sidewalk from West 54th Street to Oaklawn Avenue. This is being done coincident with the Arden Park restoration project. And then on Beard Avenue, we're constructing a sidewalk from 60th Street to 58th Street, and this is being done coincident with the Chowan Park AB reconstruction project. Looking ahead to 2020, the third phase of the Valley View Road sidewalk we're looking to construct. It'll go from Moccasin Valley to the south intersection with Mark Terrace Drive. Along Gleason Road, we have a Public Works Mill and Overlay project scheduled for 2020. And as part of that project, we're looking to upgrade the existing sidewalk along that section between Valley View Road and Dewey Hill Road. Upgrade that existing sidewalk to a shared use path. So it'd be a facility for pedestrians and bicyclists. Right next door on Shannon Drive between Dewey Hill Road and Kemrich, we're going to be installing a sidewalk as part of the Prospect Knolls A neighborhood project. Over by our Public Works facility, we've got about a 1-block gap of sidewalk that we're looking to construct from Bush Lake Road to 5251 West 74th Street. Up in the Highlands neighborhood, we have a proposed shared use paths along Doncaster Way and Ayrshire Boulevard. These will, in the case of Ayrshire Boulevard, it will be replacing an existing shared use path, kind of upgrading it, making it a little bit wider. And then on Doncaster, that will be a new facility connecting to the playground on the north end as well as the park shelter. And then on Hanson Road and West 56th Streets, we'll be constructing sidewalks along Grove Street, or from Grove Street to Cote Avenue as part of the Melody Lake A and Grandview A reconstruction project. Then finally, over on the east side of town on 58th Street, we're planning to install new pedestrian and bicycle facilities. The current pedestrian and bicycle master plan indicates a mix of shared use paths, sidewalks, and bike lanes. As I'm sure you're aware, the city's currently involved in a public engagement process to determine which of those facilities the residents would prefer to see along that corridor, which would be the best fit given the constraints that we have. And those will be installed as part of the reconstruction project in 2020. On Valley View Road between 65th and 66th, we'll be installing some buffered bike lanes, again as part of a Public Works Mill and Overlay project. On France Avenue from 65th to the eastbound 62 ramps, we're hoping to install a sidewalk along the east side, right adjacent to Fairview Hospital. And then finally on 77th Street, we're looking to construct a sidewalk between Park Lawn Avenue and Minnesota Drive. So with that, I'll stand for any questions. Thank you.
Member Brindle, questions for Mr. Scipione?
Thank you. That's an exciting list of projects. Thank you. So two things. One is that the sidewalk on Valley View that's in Phase 2 and then will be in Phase 3, just to make it clear, that will connect up with the sidewalk that was done as part of the roundabout?
Correct, yes.
So it completes that sidewalk along that side of Valley View, which is very exciting.
Correct, yes. That segment will connect to the sidewalks that were installed as part of the roundabout project in 2015. It'll connect those sidewalks to sidewalks on Valley View Road by the high school and Gleason Road as well.
Right. And, okay, go forward for me, please, because there was another one that occurred to me, and of course, didn't it go away? Oh, okay, thank you.
Yeah.
All right, so the raised sidewalk, the raised crosswalk, is this similar to the crosswalks in the country club district that are just raised a little bit. Is that similar to that, or
It's
are these
not.
raised more?
These are raised more. So another term that you may hear that's referred to as a speed table. So the intent is that vehicles have to, it's kind of an extended speed bump, if you will. So the crosswalks in Country Club, the brick paver inlay crosswalks are generally more at grade. They may be, quarter inch or
Slightly.
so elevated. But this is intended to be, I guess I can't speak to exactly how much it will be elevated, but the intent is to provide a noticeable, I don't want to say obstruction, but an impediment for drivers
A
crossing.
deterrent? to-
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly.
So, snow plowing. Have you visited with Public Works on how they're going to be able to treat that raised speed table for plowing purposes?
That's a good question. I would refer to Director Milner.
So we're talking with Public Works. We think it's a good place to test snow plowing operations. We get a lot of requests for speed tables within our residential roads. This is a nice slow facility that they could test operations here to maybe implement it citywide. The height of it, we're kind of looking, can we connect the top of the sidewalk with the top of the sidewalk on the other side? So you don't even have to go down to get
Ooh.
across. So that's kind of the height that we're hoping.
Okay.
On consent tonight was that design contract. So we have a
Right.
firm that's designed these around the lakes area of Minneapolis. So they're comfortable with doing this type of design, and we'll see what they come up with. But it's a good test section for our snowplow operations.
All right, thank you. I just wanted that clarification. Thanks.
Other questions for Mr. Scipione? I've got a couple. Would you, on C, it was item C, was the non-motorized way to get across the bridge on the crosstown on Tracy. I mean, if you try to walk across there right now, you got to walk on a exaggerated curb. It's about 18 inches wide. How are you going to do that? Because I understood you were going to the north side, the north ramps with, which I assume then means you'll get across from the south to the north or vice versa, and there would be some sort of pedestrian way to go across the bridge.
I can answer that one if I may. I've been in talks with MnDOT. So they came and did some bridge improvements last year, and they striped a wide shoulder on the east side of the bridge, kind of as a temporary measure, knowing that we wanted to do this. So the shared use will be on the east side. You'll get on the bridge. Now there's like a wide shoulder where people will have a little more space versus the west side. And then this bridge is due for redecking and replacement in like 2025. And at that point, we want to expand the facilities, work with MnDOT to make sure that we have the necessary facilities to fill this gap in permanently. But they did do that temporary solution last year, striping on the deck that you can see.
Okay, so there won't be anything else done?
No, that's
just that striping on the deck?
It'll be like that for about 5 to 6 years till they come to do the bridge. But at least there's a little bit more space now for pedestrians on that east side. As they come up our new trail, they'll be within that shoulder area, and then this trail will continue on the north side of the bridge.
Okay. I noticed in part of your presentation, there was a discussion about a mill and overlay on Valley View. I think it's between 66th and 69th. You said 66th and 65th. But when I drive on Valley View, my office is over there, from 66th to 69th on Valley View, and also Valley View from the community center to Wooddale, I don't think they can wait until 2020 for a mill and overlay. I mean, these roads are really in terrible condition, so I just encourage staff to take another look at the plan on mill and overlay for those two sections of Valley View, which are really, really bad. Real third world, I think. Anyway, that's it for me.
I guess, Mr. Mayor, I would comment that similar to our street reconstruction 5-year plan, we do occasionally make adjustments based on as the conditions of the streets change. Some areas get worse from year to year and some kind of stay more consistent. So I do believe that section of Valley View from 66th to 69th is on our 5-year plan for maintenance. As best I can recall, I can't remember exactly what year, but that could be maybe subject to change if the condition of the pavement deteriorates more so than we would expect over the next couple of years.
I'd encourage anybody that's involved in that decision-making to go over there and look at it. 66th to 69th, and then Community Center to Wooddale. Both those segments of Valley View are worth considering, I think, for 2019. Okay, any other comments from council members? All right, thank you for that presentation. It was nice to
Thank you.
catch up on what we've done and what we're planning to do. Thank you. All right, Mr. Baller, we've got a little presentation by you as well. I like the idea of having a 2018 traffic safety summary report. We have these usually every meeting or every other meeting, and then it's nice to have them in the aggregate, see what we did over a one-year period of time.
Yeah, absolutely. Mayor, members of council. Again, my name is Nick Baller. I'm the traffic safety coordinator here. 2018 is our first year where we've had a traffic safety coordinator full-time. So hopefully now this can be our starting point to continue and see where our requests can grow and continue. And I'll kind of break all that down for you today. So again, I'll kind of go through what my role is as the traffic safety coordinator. I'll inform you what the process is of what a typical traffic safety request goes through, and then we'll review the statistics and trends of 2018. So originally, like I said, I was an extended part-time traffic safety coordinator, and due to an increasing number of requests, I was transferred to full-time in January of 2018. And then how the process of a traffic safety request goes is I receive every request and I go out and gather all necessary data and information that our traffic safety committee needs in order to make any type of recommendation. And then once the traffic safety committee, once they review every request, it gets brought forth to the Edina Transportation Commission, and then it gets brought forth to the members of City Council for approval. And throughout that whole time, I'm remaining in communication with the residents who've made these requests so that they can be informed what meetings they're capable of attending, or if they're able to reach out to any members. For the time that I've been here, I ended up receiving a lot of traffic safety requests, and I broke them down into 5 different categories. So those include parking and signage, which can be anything that has to deal with on-street parking or signs like a no outlet or playground sign. We have intersection control category, which is any type of stop sign request, whether it's to add or remove any stop signs, yield signs, or even adding any type of traffic lights. And then we have traffic calming, where kind of the overall basis is slowing down speeds in certain areas. And then pedestrian safety is any type of improvement to an intersection, whether it's adding crosswalks, improving current crosswalks. And then our other category, which can be any type of lane striping or more updated kind of striping like that. So in 2018, I received 164 traffic safety requests, and I received those over phone, mail, email, from the city website, and then also the Edina 311 app. The Traffic Safety Committee ended up reviewing 150 total requests, and the reason why those numbers don't correlate is some requests need to be reviewed at a different season. If it's a pedestrian safety request that I receive in December, I might not be able to review it until the following spring. So that's why those numbers don't perfectly correlate. So when we look at the 150 requests reviewed by the Traffic Safety Committee in 2018, it's a 20% increase from 2017, which was 125 requests. So when we break down all of the 150 requests that were reviewed, you can see that parking and signage made up the majority of requests, which was just under 40%. And then it followed by intersection control at about 30%, then pedestrian safety at 17%, traffic calming at 12%, and then there's the other at 5%. When we get even further into every type of request, the Traffic Safety Committee gives a letter to every request correlating what type of action is recommended, whether action is recommended, no action is recommended, if there's further study needed, or any items that are handled directly by me, the traffic safety coordinator. So if you look at the type of recommendations here, you will not see that C items are a part of this. That's because every C item eventually becomes an A, B, or a D item. because any further study, or any item with any further study eventually becomes complete. So if you look at the parking and signage A items, you can see that there were 22 approvals that were made in 2018, which was the highest out of all 5 categories. And then you can also see that the D items in parking and signage was also the one of the highest amount of items that were handled by me directly, the traffic safety coordinator. And if you look at the D items in intersection control, that's a total of 60% that were handled by me. And what these could be are any type of stop sign requests that do not meet any warrants set by the state. This is something where, unless if any type of sightline concern is raised, it's an item that the Traffic Safety Committee does not need to review itself. We ended up breaking down all the traffic safety requests received into all 4 quadrants of the city. And right here, you're looking at the northwest corner of Edina. There were a total of 41 requests submitted, and the highest request submitted was intersection control, and that was 41% of them. And you can kind of see that the Grandview area kind of had the most overall requests made, especially towards those intersection controls. In Southwest Edina, we had 32 requests that were submitted, and about 38 of those were parking and signage related, and a lot of those were due to the recent Edina High School on-street parking concerns that were raised in the last year. When we look at Southeast Edina, there were a total of 26 submitted requests, and 31% of them were due to parking and signage. And then in Northeast Edina, we had a total of 65 requests that were submitted, and again, parking and signage were the most requests, or had the most requests made. And if you kind of look at around the 50th and France area, there's kind of a higher density of number of parking and signage concerns, and that's kind of due to the recent work that's been done at the parking ramps leading to on-street parking along France that's been concerning towards those residents. When we look at all the requests that were made in 2018, we broke them down into months so we could see if there are any type of correlations to this. So if you look at the months of November and January in green, you can see that parking and signage requests increase in these areas, and then those can be seen as a request due to winter weather, a lot of snow on the ground, and overnight parking concerns, and that's when Edina has our stingiest parking restrictions in the winter months. If you look at then June and August, you can see the peak pedestrian safety requests made in blue, and those are our thought towards that being increased is because more people are outside trying to walk to parks, walk in any areas like that. So maybe they're noticing how they might have safety concerns along those lines. And then intersection control requests peak in the months of June and September. And one of the reasons why this may be is because in June, school is being let out, traffic patterns are changing, and whether it's parents or they're realizing their students or kids are, maybe not as safe as what they're used to. And then also again in September when school begins again, that can kind of be one factor as well. So after all that, if I'd like to take any questions if anyone has any.
Questions for Mr. Baller? Comments? Very thorough report. Thank you. Councilmember Anderson? Okay. Anyone else? Member Sutton?
I love getting this in this format because you're slicing and dicing it in so many different ways. I noticed even in the last slide, the traffic calming were really low in December and January, which I suppose makes sense. People are just trying to get through the snow, not racing down the streets. But are you thinking at all about, do you take a look back now and see how this all looks, and do we use this data to inform decisions that we're making going forward?
I think I'll refer to Chad Milner.
Yeah, I think the first year, it's great to get the data and see what it's doing. Now let's see what the trends are over the next few years, and can we use some of it for just our own processes to improve it, or can we use it to inform residents or educate people?
Right.
So I think having this data the first year, let's see what the trends are over the next couple of years and then learn from it.
And granted, it's not, it's not an overwhelming data set yet,
Yep.
but over time,
Yeah.
some pictures may emerge from it. So
Exactly.
I'm glad to see that you're gathering.
It is interesting to see in a year 164 requests for help. We get traffic safety reports on a quarterly basis, I think, and I never would have guessed that in a year it was 164 requests that come through. So, serious people obviously know they're being listened to, and that submitting a request is something that we respect and take seriously, and can look back at it and review it and see if the change was made, how is it working? If the change wasn't made, should it be reconsidered to be made later as traffic conditions change? But it's definitely, I echo Member Staunton's comment. This is a great format to get this information in, and having it available to refer back to as future traffic safety reports come in will be very handy. Thank you.
As I mentioned when we started, I think that getting this annual analysis from you on all the traffic safety data will prove to be invaluable over time. So just one question, curiosity point, is whether that young buck got cited for not walking in the crosswalk.
Yeah, I think we need better signage for him.
Yeah, I know it's 11:30 at night, but he seems to be kind of mocking the crosswalk and just going his own way. And
yeah, and after video surveillance, that's a lot of pedestrians too.
Keep an eye out. Yeah. I expect you to be out there tonight watching for him. All right. Thank you for the report, Nick, and welcome to this work on a full-time basis. It'd be good to have you here.
Thanks. I enjoy it. I've been here 11 plus years and hope to continue it.
Yeah. Good.
Thanks.
Thank you. All right, folks, we've got one public hearing matter tonight, and that is a proposal for 7200, 7250 France. We talked a little bit about the final development plan earlier, postponed that until April 2nd. But Manager Nuendorf is going to talk a little bit about the work that staff's been doing with the developer on potentially establishing the 7200 and France Tax Increment Financing District. This isn't an approval tonight. It is just potentially establishing the district, as I understand, and so we're going to have a conversation on that. And then this is a public hearing matter. We're going to take public testimony on it as well. So, Manager Nuendorf, welcome.
Yes, thank you, and good evening. On your agenda tonight is Resolution 2019-24, which recommends that the city create a new tax increment financing district called the 72nd and France TIF District. I'll run through a brief presentation of this recommendation this evening, and as you mentioned, there is a public hearing to hear public comment when I'm finished with this. As I get started also, just a reminder that we have our staff and folks in the House here. We've been working on this for several months, and we have Nick Ehlers from Anhut Associates, and Nick Anhut from Ehlers Associates. He hasn't taken over the company yet, and also Dean DeVolis with DJR, and Michael Margulies, the development rep on the project.
Bill, could I add to the council, recall too that we've got an HRA meeting immediately following the council meeting where this is the same, we'll have a similar action. So we would encourage you to ask all of your questions to everybody that we've got here tonight, because they may not stay that late.
All right. Thank you.
Great. Thanks. So the current conditions are shown in the illustrations here. These are images of the two buildings. The site was originally one of the gravel pits of France Avenue. The Oscar Roberts Company built their headquarters building there in the late 1960s at 7200 France. And then a office building, medical office building, was built in the early 1970s. 1970 was quite a few years ago, and the one building, the 7250, is currently condemned for occupancy. For the last year or so, our building department has been keeping a close eye on that as the structure has deteriorated quite extensively, and at this point, the owner is not able to occupy that building in its current condition. As we know, this site has been a discussion of many proposals over the many years. The site plan that is pending approval now in April is the heart of our conversation about tax increment financing as well. And it's our recommendation that we do proceed and create a new TIF district on this site. We always get questions about what is TIF, how does it work, why do we use it, when do we use it. TIF is one of the few economic development financing tools that's allowed in Minnesota statute. It's governed by state law. It's been used since the late 70s. And every year the state legislature seems to tweak the rules a little bit to make sure that the tool is not abused or misused by cities. The city council and also the HRA does have the key role in deciding when TIF is used and also how TIF is used. The chart here shows graphically how TIF functions. The area in purple shows a representation of the general tax base of any property. It generally starts off relatively low. That's the purple color. And over time, that original tax base is essentially frozen so that the schools, the county, the city always have that reliable baseline. But then when a project is redeveloped and the property improved, that's where the yellow comes in. And that's when the new project is taxed, usually taxed quite significantly compared to the original property. And so it's those incremental taxes that are then used to fund improvements on or around the property. When the TIF district expires, in this case we're recommending a 20-year term. So in that 21st year, the full amount of property taxes, both the original base taxes plus that increment, falls back into the overall tax base to the benefit of all the taxing agencies, schools, city, county, etc. When it comes to funding TIF, I wanted to remind folks of the many options that we have. There's choices that the city can make. The most risky way to finance a TIF is issuing a bond, which is subject to the taxpayer's reimbursement regardless of the conditions. That's more risk. We don't like that one in Edina. Our preference is to use something with little to no risk, and that is what we call a pay-as-you-go note, where essentially it's a large pledge or an IOU to the developer. If they perform, if they deliver the project that was promised, the city would issue a note and then use some of those incremental taxes in the future to repay that obligation. That shifts the burden, the risk, to the developer and off of the taxpayer. We're here tonight to talk about the first step in this TIF process. This is a summary, you've seen it before, of the process embodied by Minnesota statute. The first step is creating a TIF district, which is also approving a plan that guides what happens within those boundaries. So we establish the boundaries, we establish a budget, we establish the maximum time, 20 years in this case. We also document the conditions, and we do an analysis to make sure that the but-for test is satisfied. And that's always one of the big ones in tax increment financing. We want to make sure that but for the use of TIF, the project would not happen, a project of the scale and quality proposed. The second step will be happening in the future. We're currently expecting this to happen in mid-April, and that is having the full TIF agreement, the full legal binding contract. So about a month ago, the City Council and the HRA approved the general terms. We're currently translating that into a legal document, and we'll have that finished in the next few weeks. When it comes to the use of tax increment financing in Edina, generally Edina uses it to a limited extent and to a much lesser extent than most of our peers. This table shows that about 3% of the city's tax base is contained within a TIF district. By comparison, many of our surrounding neighbors, Bloomington, Minneapolis, Richfield, Hopkins, use TIF about 3 times as much as we do. There's other communities that use it less or not at all. Fortunately, Edina is in a good position where we don't really need to use TIF that often, and we like to use it where there's exceptional projects that deliver both benefit to the tax base as well as benefit to the general public. By comparison, these pie charts show the extent that TIF is used based on acreage. So the pie chart on the right shows that less than 3% of the city's acreage is contained within a TIF district. So to summarize the proposal, that's the subject of this TIF plan that's in your packet. I have a rendering of the project. This is one that was also on the consent agenda tonight. But the plan anticipates, the TIF plan anticipates what was discussed and what would eventually be approved in that final rezoning. So demolition and clearance of the entire property, construction of 2 apartment buildings with commercial space on the first floor and underground parking, and then to make sure that at least 20% of all the new units are affordably priced for at least 25 years. One of the other conditions is to make sure that the for-sale townhomes along the western edge are started and finished, and all the easements also executed and delivered. So there seems to be some persistence and some questions about the townhomes. Are they part of the deal? Are they not part of the deal? They are part of the TIF plan. While the zoning code puts a maximum limit on how many units can be built there, our TIF plan puts the minimum units. And in this case, the zoning code says no more than 10, and the TIF plan says no less than 10. So our expectation here is the plan that's eventually approved is the plan for the property. Several months ago, the developer made a request of $12 million in TIF to round out their budget and make their project feasible and financeable. Staff, with the assistance of Ellers Associates, spent about 3 months analyzing their numbers, digging them, scrubbing them, testing them. And at this point in time, I can confirm that there is indeed a budget gap. It's very significant. Without the use of TIF and without the owner's willingness to inject more than a typical amount of equity, we don't believe the project will move forward. The owner is ready to make his commitment, and with the use of this TIF district, eventually we would expect the city and HRA would make that TIF pledge. We also compared other examples of what could happen on the site. This is a slide that we presented a few weeks ago as well. There's 3 groups of charts here. The small one in the middle shows the blue, which is the current tax base. And under this potential scenario, the owner could rehab the buildings, repair the parking structures, and re-tenant the buildings. And if they did that over the next 20-some years, the tax base would grow a little bit to that red bar. The second grouping shows what could happen if they switch to their Plan B. And this has been also talked about quite a bit through the zoning considerations on this project. If the existing buildings were torn down and removed with new office buildings, the tax base would grow quite quickly. And over the 20 years that a TIF district might run, those base taxes would grow a little bit as well. The third scenario is the one that we're looking at today and the one that is subject to this TIF plan. We have the current tax base of the existing buildings. With the TIF plan delivered and constructed, the apartments, townhomes, commercial space, etc., the tax base grows quite significantly, and that's even with the use of TIF. So we feel confident that testing it with these 3 possibilities definitely shows that to the community, even a project supported with TIF creates the best and biggest long-term benefit to the community. So the TIF plan that was included in the packet includes this map. It includes both parcels, about 5.2 acres. Staff is recommending an affordable housing district using special legislation that the city obtained back in 2014. That reduces the term of the TIF district from a 26-year term to a 20-year term. We feel that that is adequate to make sure that we can get this project feasibly built. The original tax capacity is about 168,000, and upon completion, the budget of the TIF plan assumes that that projected capacity is about 1.5 million. That's about an 800% increase to the tax base, quite a bit more than their Plan B. The TIF plan also includes this budget. We're assuming that the cumulative tax dollars collected on the site over the 20 years would add up to about $28 million if a project of this scale and of this caliber is constructed. The TIF plan would allow up to that maximum amount to be reinvested. Some would pay back the TIF note, some would pay back the interest. Others could be used for other improvements in the immediate area, subject to limitations of the TIF laws. So in conclusion, staff finds that the site does indeed qualify as a housing TIF district, provided that at least 20% of those units remain affordably priced. We're excited that the developer can commit to a 25-year term of affordability rather than the 15 years that was previously talked about. We can also confirm that the site plan does comply with the city's general plans for redevelopment, the comp plan. And after looking at the developer's numbers quite extensively, going through the pro forma, we can also confirm that the high construction cost to build a project of this caliber and the restricted rental income by suppressing the rental price of 20% of the units creates a financial gap that hinders the delivery of the project. So it's our recommendation that we move forward with the creation of a TIF district so that we can get this project financed and get it built. We don't believe that we'll be able to deliver long-term affordability on this site without the use of TIF financing. As I mentioned, we have our team in the audience this evening. If you have any questions, we're happy to answer them, and we'll also be listening during the public hearing portion as well. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Councilmember Staunton.
Bill, could you just go back to slide 27? So I noticed that under the projected uses of tax increment funds, when you add them all up, it's $28.4 million, but the number we've been talking about is $12 million. Why the difference?
Sure. So the $12 million is the principal value of the note, but it pays interest. So the developer at this point is anticipating financing the construction and the mortgage on the property with interest at about 5.5%. So the TIF note would have a principal not to exceed $12 million plus that interest cost. So it's our intention that we pay down the note as quickly as we can to limit that interest cost. So that's also part of the reason how we get to the 28. But also bear in mind that the city has the ability to retain up to 10% of the incremental taxes on the property for administrative purposes. We also have an ability to potentially pool up to another 10% to other housing developments in the city. So the $28.4 million is the projection that Ellers arrived at when they looked at the long-term growth of the tax base.
But the increment I realize tonight we're setting the district and the plan. We're not doing the approval of the actual subsidy. But the increment that we would be contemplating in a note would be 12 million, not 28 million.
That's correct, but that's the principal value. But yes, the 12 million is what we've talked about, and that's what we're aiming at here. In the TIF plan, we do tend to estimate a little bit higher than when we negotiate with the developer. In case it turns out better than we expect, we like to round up in the TIF plan, whereas when we negotiate with the developer, we frankly like to round down.
So, I'm not following what you're saying.
Yeah,
we'll see if Mr. Anhut might have a better way to clarify that.
The quantity of TIF eligible expense, and that was 24 million, and then you said we were only asking for approval on $12 million worth of TIF subsidy. And so that looks different tonight based on this slide.
Correct, and that's measuring two different things. That's why they look differently. Mr. Anhut, would you have a better way to clarify that?
I'll take a stab. Nick Anhut with Ehlers and Associates, advisor to the city and the HRA. If you look at the budget, we have included a line item for interest of about $10 million. So what we have taken is a revenue projection. This is how much revenue potentially could be generated over the full term of the district. For purposes of setting the budget, that's $28.4 million. Of that amount, subject to future approvals through a development agreement, the actual construction of the amenity and the agreements to issue a TIF note, you would reimburse potentially $12 million of the developer's upfront expense, money that they will have spent on that project, and pay it off over time. That time component, the proposed agreement includes an interest-bearing note, meaning that $12 million of principal that they've incurred today will be reimbursed over the period of the full 20 years at 5.5% interest. That interest line item is to cover for that. So it is $12 million of upfront expense, and you'll pay it off over time at an interest cost. And how much of that you actually expend over the term of the district depends on how rapidly you can amortize and pay that back. This is very similar to any other kind of bonding or any other finance, and the developer will actually be financing that expense as well, and so that is part of the reason why there is an interest component. This is also consistent with all other TIF notes that the city has issued for its other projects.
So before I go to Member Anderson, yeah, so you're saying it's built in on the borrowing that the developer is doing, so we got to build it on the other side of the equation too. Member Anderson.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. A question, Director Newendorf, the last time we looked at this, we talked, there's an extension involved here from 15 years to 25. So the last time we looked at this slide, it was 4.9 million, or looked at a slide. So the affordable housing notation here is 5.4. There's another 500,000 or so in here. What is that?
That is coincidence and confusion. My apologies for that. So the last table that you're referring to was related to the TIF negotiations with the developer, where we wanted to put a price tag on his lost revenue. The table that we're looking at today is different intention, different background, different purpose. But coincidentally, the numbers are fairly close, 4.9 to 5.4. So what this TIF budget is intending to do is give an approximate allocation of how the city theoretically would invest the dollars collected. State law does allow us flexibility to move between line items with some degree of discretion. So for example, here we expect for acquisition, there's the opportunity, as we've negotiated with the developer, that we might end up buying some of those units if they do a condo conversion in the future. So we wanted to get something in the budget in case we actually want to take advantage of that acquisition opportunity. We know that there's lots of site improvements. We know that there's a whole lot of utility improvements. The main reason for doing this district is for the affordable housing, so we wanted to make sure that there is a significant portion dedicated to that affordable housing. There's a number of other site improvements and public improvements. But frankly, we could allocate these numbers, we could shift these numbers around in this particular table, provided that they add up to the 28.4.
I'm just a nick confused there.
Sorry.
I would share with you that there's an element of surprise to seeing this table this evening as opposed to our prior point of view. Just as a background question, what would we expect the TIF district to yield over the course of the 20 years or so? We would expect, I would guess, an excess to the 28.4?
So we would expect it and project it to yield $28.4 million.
End of it.
Cumulative, yeah.
I see. So we wouldn't expect 32 or 34 or 36 in there. Will we you would just expect over 20 years that the yield from the increment, there'd be nothing left to use to any other, say, affordable housing project that we would come across. We would expect a yield of 28.4, and that's what it's budgeted for.
That's correct. That's where we use some degree of realism and conservatism in those budget calculations. But based on best practice, based on where we can project the economy going over the next 20 years, we end up with an estimate of $28.4 million. Could be a little bit lower, could be a little bit higher, but we feel pretty good about 28.4.
It's interesting that those numbers are coincidentally exactly the same.
That's not a coincidence that they're the same. So when when Ellers does their projections of the long-term expected tax revenue generated on the site, based on the project that is in front of us, based on 301 apartments and 10 townhomes and commercial space, looking at their phased delivery of having the first building, the second one, then the townhomes delivered. When you add all that up and then extend it out over 20 years, it comes to $28.4 million.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Last question. You referenced also the option of buying condominiums down the road. 66 condominiums down the road, or the potential of buying 66.
Sure.
If we were speculating, if we said that those were in 17 years, I guess we'd be 27 years, roughly. That's when that option would come up. Right? Accurate? Okay.
Somewhere in that time frame.
Something like that.
Maybe.
Yeah. 2 years on a build-out, and 25 years of affordability, 27 years down the road. We could consider buying 66 condominium units at, say, $500,000 apiece, speculating.
That piece we're still negotiating with the developer as far as what.
Okay. Yeah. So
that's not part of the TIF plan.
I'm sorry?
That purchase price is not part of the TIF plan. That will be, however, part of a TIF contract.
Yes.
How we would arrive at a purchase price at some point in the future.
If we were speculating, an educated speculation, would you say 400, or is it 300, or 250, or there's some number base that you're using right now for this negotiation?
You caught me on the spot there.
Yeah.
At this point, we are targeting, if it's conveyed to the city during the period of affordability, and the developer has not agreed to this yet, that we would look at a purchase price based on the mortgage price available to an average household earning 120% AMI plus 20%, including normal 20% down payment for the PMI and average utility fees, and we haven't figured out how to do the parking yet. So I don't have a number off the top of my head.
I'm just trying to speculate on where we might be. Why would we be buying $33 million worth of condominiums? That's the question, if it would be that. If it's 500,000 a piece or 400, I'm just trying to get an idea.
I don't have an answer for that.
If that agreement is of value, that's all.
If I may be of benefit, I do want to propose that this is a budget that you are considering for approval with adoption of a TIF plan. It in no way binds you to actually spending or committing to provide that assistance. That would be done through a subsequent development agreement and a TIF contract, or future approval through the HRA of an acquisition. Furthermore, I would say that you're not bound to only using these housing dollars for this project in particular. You would be able to pool some of these monies towards other affordable housing needs throughout the city. So that acquisition does not necessarily have to take place here within this proposed project, as it would not do for a number of years anyway, but it could be potentially used for other types of affordable housing throughout the city of Edina. That is what is being approved within the budget, is the ability to do that.
Yeah, to that point, I think that's exactly where I was heading, was that this, when Member Anderson said these numbers match up, well, it's because it's a budget. But in the developer agreement, we're not going to, we've told you we were comfortable potentially expending $12 million in TIF monies towards public improvements related to this project. That's what we're going to see in the development agreement.
Correct, correct. And we'll be back in April with that.
And the fact that the owner, the developer, has chosen to borrow money to fund their portion of it, that's their issue, not our issue. We're not going to reimburse them for the money they borrow, the interest they pay on the money they borrow.
The terms that were approved a few weeks ago included an interest payment. It was $12 million as a principal amount, plus the interest that they pay the bank. That's what we previously negotiated.
If I could further.
Mr. Anhut.
It's the interest on the note itself. It's not, it is tied to their financing, meaning that if they are able to finance the project at a lower amount, part of the terms within the agreement were that we would match or be able to lower that rate to match that permanent financing. So it is capped at 5.5% at this point. That is what is proposed. Again, the agreement has not been completed. It's not being presented to you this evening. But that is the terms that were within the sheet that were presented to the HRA and the City Council.
All right, Member Fisher.
So I think this has gotten more confusing than it probably needs to be, but so the discussion's always been 12 million. The fact that it's pay as you go means we hang on to that, or the money's out there, the increment is being collected. It's not being handed over to the developer because they need to get certain things done. They need to expend that money before the money comes back to them. So I think what I've heard you say, I think what I've seen in these kind of TIF districts is the interest piece is fairly common, right? I mean, and I guess I'm asking you, that's just the typical part of this, correct?
Correct. There are typically an interest component to any kind of financing where you're not providing a direct reimbursement up front.
On the pay-as-you-go. So I can wrap my brain around that, but I think what this budget's showing is a lot of choices that we can make as a city that is really independent of the developer completely, right? I mean, there's some line items here that the administrative is ours, right?
Correct. The budget is using the maximum amount that's generated. You would, if we are accepting of the 12 million, you would deduct that amount. You would be paying interest on that, so we've included a line item for interest within there as well, and you would have remaining funds, not only that 10% that you're retaining, but also this projection does include the potential TIF related to that townhome development that is not party or considered for reimbursement in the TIF agreement. So there are some other potential funds that the city would be able to utilize over and above the TIF note that is being proposed. You can do that for a variety of purposes under the TIF authority. That would be something that a future council action, you're not approving that tonight, but you are adopting essentially the maximum budget for the proposed TIF plan and the 20-year term of that district.
Yeah, I mean, what I'm uncomfortable with is when we leave here tonight, it's going to be said that we're approving a $28.4 million TIF agreement with this developer, and that is not what we're doing. So we just have to have that clarification here.
And that's a good point. The TIF, the budget in the TIF plan is not in agreement with the developer. We don't have that in front of you tonight. So the TIF budget is typically higher than the developer contract. If you compare the developer agreement for Pentagon Park with the TIF plan for Pentagon Park, you'd see similar numbers, where the total budget of the TIF plan is much bigger than the agreement we struck with that developer. The same at the Market Street project. The total budget of the TIF plan higher than the agreement with the developer, and the same with that 4500 France apartment project. So this is in keeping with the typical way that we've prepared these documents in Edina. Nothing different applies to this project. It's the same level of scrutiny, the same level of attention, the same level of care as we prepare these numbers.
Member Brindle.
All right, I'm going to take a shot at figuring this out. So what we're being told is by the increase in property value, the tax increment that will be collected is $28.4 million. Of that, up to $12 million could be available to the developer to be reimbursed for qualified costs. So it is the increment of $28.4 million that makes the $12 million TIF note possible.
That's correct.
Okay. So this other discussion that we're having is very confusing. It's not in what is in front of us here. And I don't want me as a council member, my peers as council members, or anyone who plans to testify tonight to get confused about what we're here to discuss. What we're here to discuss is the use of the tax increment that will be produced by the increased property value from 7,200, 7,250 francs that gets put back into that project up to 12 million, could be less, won't be more, to reimburse for qualified costs. Those qualified costs are enumerated in the term sheet. We know what they are. And the developer has to do the work, incur the cost in order to get reimbursed.
That's a good and accurate summary. This TIF plan establishes that maximum budget, and then we negotiate separately the contract with the developer. So any agreement or any approval of resolutions tonight does not signify a final agreement with the developer. This is just the enabling tool that would eventually fund an agreement if we can reach an agreement with the developer.
Okay.
So that was a good summary.
So I mean, this discussion has gotten broader and more complex than we really came here to discuss. So I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page with the public hearing that's coming up.
Other questions for Mr. Neuendorf? Mr. Neuendorf, one of our residents had an article in the Sun newspaper thinking, and he posited this idea that if there were $12 million worth of TIF funds available for this project, that they could be used for other things that would be more appropriate than being used for this project. Do you have a comment on that understanding of the use of TIF, or whether that money even exists in the context of this writer's concerns?
Sure,
which I think are fair concerns.
It definitely is. It's a comment that we've heard in the past for various projects in this city and other cities. The $12 million at this point doesn't exist. The $12 million is only generated if the developer builds a project of this scale and of this quality. So if they don't build it, or if they build something smaller, something lesser valued, that $12 million never gets generated. And one of the unique things about TIF is that I had mentioned state law has several limitations so that the tool is not abused or misused. State law does not allow TIF to be used for just general budget items. It disallows use of that TIF for creation of a public park or a public fire station or a public community building. That would be seen as an abuse according to the state statute. So the we also saw some emails the last couple of days from folks saying, we could hire more firefighters, we could hire more police people, we could hire more building inspectors, a number of different suggestions. All wonderful ideas, except that state law disallows any of those outcomes. So we could not use the money for that. But I think the biggest clarification is that if this project doesn't go forward, we don't see a dollar, let alone $12 million.
All right. The slide that you've got up has caused me to think of another concern some of our residents have raised, and that is that in this 20-year period of TIF existence, the school district is going to get its base amount, which I think you said the tax capacity was $168,986, say $169,000, $170,000. Do we know what portion of that tax capacity is represented by what the school district might get?
Of the $168,000, the schools typically get about a third of that.
Okay. So let's just say for rounding purposes, $60,000 a year. So as I understand it, then the school district would be still getting that $60,000 a year over that 20-year period of time. What they lose is the increment over and above that during that 20-year period.
That's correct. The schools, just like the county, the city, and the other taxing districts, are always held harmless so that their base does not decrease. Schools also get much more complicated, where depending on how their funding comes from, if it's a base levy versus a special levy versus a facilities levy, state law looks at each one a little bit differently, with the intention to give the schools as much of an upside as they possibly can.
Right.
Again, the premise is you don't want to damage your schools through the use of this.
Correct.
So
Correct.
that's, again.
Yeah. And so generally when you have a levy, or if there's a levy amount that the school is collecting based on a prior approval of a levy, that money is also continuing to come through, or would come through if there was a levy in that 20-year period.
That's correct.
To the school district's benefit. So what the school district would lose then would be, let's just use that reoccupied as is, because I think everything else is uncertain. If their base continues at 60,000 plus they get their levies, what I understand that they would lose then would, let's say, the normal incremental increase in the value of that property for taxation purposes over that 20-year period of time. So if you use an inflationary factor of, I don't know, pick a factor 2-3% or market value increases, and Member Anderson would have a better sense of this than I would, but it strikes me that what you end up doing is balancing the loss of that revenue against, over that 20-year period of time, against what they would have 20 years out to be able to tax, and that but for the use of TIF, we wouldn't have a $125 million project sitting there that 20 years from now they're going to get the benefit out of.
Right. Yeah, TIF is definitely one of those long-term tools. You don't get instant gratification with TIF. You need to wait the full duration. One of the biggest reasons that there's such a massive change in the tax base, if we go with the proposed plan, is the state's fiscal disparity law. So any commercial property in Edina, whether it's a small one or a big one, 40% of it, 40% of the tax base off the top gets taken out of Edina and put into the fiscal disparities pool, where it gets shared with all the other cities around the metro area. With apartments, those are considered residential, not commercial. So that 40% that normally we share with all of our other communities throughout the metro, we keep those dollars here locally to support our schools, to support our roads, to support our police and fire. So that's one of the reasons, in addition to the scale of the building and the quality of it, that there's such a massive growth over the 20-year term on this project.
Yeah, the other thing, I don't remember if that slides in your deck tonight, but the fact that since 2010, we've had 52 projects that we've approved in this community that have come online. Only 5 of those have had TIF funding available to them. Those other 48 projects 47 projects would have come onto the tax rolls and been a direct benefit to the school district. So despite the fact that we use TIF on a careful sort of basis, there are other properties coming online all the time that benefit the school district that were never benefiting them before, at least at that level of construction and that level of value.
That's correct. I think one of the best examples is right across the street from this property when Lunds and Byerly's rebuilt their flagship with the 71 France apartment building behind it. That property went from a valuation of about $6 million to a valuation of about $60 million to the benefit of the schools and the county and the city. One Southdale Place, similar situation, grew from about $5 million to about $54 million. So yeah, there's a lot of projects, as we've seen by the construction cranes in the community, that have really helped grow the tax base for all the taxing agencies.
All right. That prompt any other questions for Mr. Neuendorf from any of our council members? All right. This is a public hearing matter. We're going to now take public testimony. Folks, if you remember, Ms. Bennerot said that you'd have 3 minutes. You'll get a green light to start. Actually, you can start talking as soon as you get up and identify yourselves, and then you'll get a green light, and then when you have 30 seconds left, you'll see a yellow cautionary light come on, and you should be thinking about wrapping up your comments with regard to the testimony that you have with respect to this issue of creating a tax increment financing district. Okay. We're going to open it up for public testimony, so anyone that desires to testify, please feel free to come forward.
Good evening again. Arnie Bigby, 7621 Edinburgh Way in Edina, Unit 2110. It's good to be here this evening, and I really appreciate what you're doing for Edina in terms of investment, including our TIF investment. I live in an area that has benefited greatly in the Edinburgh neighborhood. I was at the Cub store today shopping, and when I told the lady who asked me what I was doing today, I said, "Oh, I have meetings this evening." And she said, "Oh, are you a politician?" And I said, "No." But I said there are some things that our city council members are talking about that are really important to all of us in the community, and that I really appreciate what they're doing, and just want to coax as much as I can with that. That's really going to benefit us for a long time to come. TIF is an investment, and I think in a community that invests is going to be a community that's going to reap rewards in the future. We're dealing with neighborhoods. Neighborhoods are really important, and I think sometimes the neighborhoods that I live in, it's a little harder to look at us and say we want to have people over and coffee and talk about what's happening in this development in our neighborhood. And so when I look at 72 and 100 and 7250, I see a lot of people, looking west and getting information from people to the west. I don't see a lot of people coming my direction to the east of France Avenue. Thousands upon thousands of people that live there in rented facilities. We talked about the property at the Byerly's location. We've got a lot of new residents there. I can tell you that in my neighborhood, where I live, we love having new neighbors. And that's what we're talking about. We're a big neighborhood, and we've got room for a lot of people and a lot of different people. And we'd like to see them there, and especially in affordable housing. We desperately need that. So the lady at Cub Foods, who was a checkout lady, said, "I wanted to live in Edina. I want to be here close to where I work." And she had applied at a lot of places, Continental and others, and she said they've got really long waiting lists. So we just need to keep building housing that a lot of different people can afford to keep our community great. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Bigby.
Mayor Hovland, council members, staff, My name is John Carlson. I live at 4433 Ellsworth Drive. I'd like to just chat a little bit this morning about subsidies that Edina uses to support housing. In the first one, I'm going to talk about 4 projects. And the first one I want to talk about is Galleria Flats. I'm so happy that this project is coming online the way it is. It's capturing naturally occurring affordable housing. And that's great. And I think the other thing that's great about it is that you were able to facilitate this project by a loan or a subsidy of $350,000, which is $31,000 a unit. The second project that I want to talk about is West 66th. This is an existing project. Your subsidy for this project was $350,000. For the 39 units, that's an average subsidy per unit of $14,000. The third project that I want to talk about is the proposed West 76th Street. Your subsidy on this is $2.1 million. 80 units, average subsidy per unit is $26,000. The fourth project, obviously, is 7250 France. At the $5.9 million up here by 60 affordable housing units, that's an Edina subsidy per unit of $90,000. And I just ask you, do you really want to spend that much subsidy on one project when you've got in front of you 3 other projects that are working very nicely for far less subsidies? The other item I want to mention is it's very important to look at who your developer is and who's going to be the managing agent. These are affordable housing. They need specialized management. This is a different market that we're dealing with. If you look at the companies on these other 3, Aon, Dominion is not one of them, but they're another company like that. They specialize in affordable housing. And I think because of that, they have the national reputation of being able to bring other financing vehicles to these projects. Obviously, because your subsidies weren't that great for them. And I also think it's very important to consider the on-site management team. When you're working with a company like Aon or Dominion or one of these other ones, you get people that are dedicated. Their mission is affordable housing, and they're in it all over the nation, and they do a great job at it. I've not heard anything talked about as far as the management of the affordable housing units at 7,200 or 7,250. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council. Good evening, Mayor. Thank you all. My name is Janet Kitui. I am a recent resident of 71 France, and it's a beautiful place. My address is 7161 France Avenue, apartment 111. So I'm across from this project of 7,200 and 7,250. That's going to be right across from me. I'm here today to support this project, and it is dear to my heart the fact that it will have 20% of affordable housing. It's badly needed in our community. And integrating it in the community where we are not segregated is one way of making sure those of us of minimum means are not outcasts and put on the outside of Edina. At least if it's on 7250 of France Avenue, it's centered to the city of Edina. And in that, the residents there will be part and parcel of our entire community. I just find it hard that all the time when we have affordable housing, they're on the outskirts of Edina, either on the border of Hopkins or on the border of Richfield. But right there on 7250, it will be right in the middle of us, and I hope that the TIF will be able to be approved so this project can move forward, and hopefully it can be a point for us to build on it and build more affordable housing in our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Katui.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm Sandy Carlson, 4433 Ellsworth Drive. I feel the amount of money, the $12 million in TIF, plus the interest, which I learned about tonight, that's $22.7 million, is too much. I believe too much is trying to be done with this single project, which consists of about 0.67% of the greater Southdale area. And frankly, it's kind of unbelievable to me that the developer would get every single penny that they are asking for in TIF funds. And so I ask you to really take a hard look at that. I believe this should be a negotiation, but I'm not sure that our city is getting a very good deal through this. I also do not support the use of TIF funds for demolition of the parking ramp. I believe the owners need to take responsibility for their property. The ramp has been condemned. They should be told to take it down now. I do not understand why the city hasn't asked or told them to demolish this ramp, but it appears that they're waiting for the TIF to be approved. This ramp could and should have been demolished, and I believe it is irresponsible to use TIF for this purpose. I'm also concerned about the townhouses, which are not required to be completed until August 2027, 5 years after the certificate of occupancy is approved for 7200 and 7250. This is a transition to our neighborhood. The townhouses need to be completed in the 2022 timeframe so that our transition area is in place when the building is occupied. I also believe that $500,000 in holding back money if the townhouses are not completed, that is not enough money to be withheld. I would like to see that to be closer to $1.5 million, which certainly will get the attention of people to get those townhomes developed. I also believe that we also have a Wooner through our neighborhood which needs to be considered, and that is Cornelia Drive. And I'd like to really look at the whole Wooner concept because I do think that we already have that in our South Cornelia neighborhood. I'm also unclear about what equity the owners have in the 7200, 7250 project, and I would like to have clarification on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Carlson.
Good evening. My name is Carolyn Jackson. I live at 5716 Continental Drive in Edina. I'm standing in support of this project and of creating the TIF district. A couple of things I'd like to clarify. First of all, this is not going to be super low income housing. This is going to be workforce housing. And if you think about, we have tens of thousands of people coming into Edina every day to come to work. And if you're a manager at a store at Southdale, you can live at 7200 France and walk to work. That will help reduce the traffic in our city because these are workforce units. Hopefully we can have people who work in town, live in town, and reduce our traffic. The second thing is this TIF includes stormwater management, and as weather gets more extreme, we've had a good example of that in Nebraska and Iowa this week. We're going to have continued increases in rainfall, and we've got to have that stormwater management, and this is part of the project, which I support, so thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson.
Good evening. I'm Bob Grubrud, Council, Mayor Hovland, and City staff. I appreciate this opportunity, but I do realize that I thought I was not an expert on TIF, and you've proved that. I did write that LTE, and I did make that mistake about giving information that this money could be used for other budgetary items, which you cannot. So my apologies for that. That was a bad move on my part.
Would you give us your address too, please, Mr. Grubrud?
Yeah, 4421 Ellsworth Drive, about 6 blocks west of this project.
Thank you.
As I said, I'm not an expert on TIF, but I had an understanding that TIF was intended as a financing tool designed to encourage development in underdeveloped and blighted areas where development would not otherwise occur but for the use of TIF. So I'd like to consider the first part of the definition, encouraging development in underdeveloped and blighted areas. It's hard for me to acknowledge that France Avenue in this location could be labeled underdeveloped and blighted. Take a look at the surrounding areas: Sunrise, Lunds and Barley's, Macy's, a refurbished 7300 France, Pinstripes, and Centennial Lakes. The second part, but for TIF, development could not otherwise occur. The developer has indicated they could do an alternate project without TIF. It may be smaller and not your first choice, but it could be neighborhood friendly and provide both economic and public benefits. Another factor of the TIF policy is stated in the 2011 TIF update in the Edina policy TIF, that TIF is, and I quote, considered for use under limited conditions. Condition number 1, projects that deliver measurable benefits to the general public. End of quote. Now, what I want to be sure is that as critical as a project like this is for $12 million, is to adhere to this policy. It is imperative that we, 1, define what is meant by general public good, 2, how to properly measurement, 3, what action can be taken with the results, and 4, the consequences of failure to deliver expected benefits. This needs to be done to the satisfaction of us residents, the public, not the developer. For me, it is prudent and responsible to retain a reputable research firm to design and conduct a study with statistically significant findings on public benefits before proceeding with this project and its resolution. A claimed benefit, on the other hand, for this project is one-off. What makes more sense to me is a west promenade that separates bikes and pedestrians from vehicles. As with resolving the stormwater issue, a promenade could be incorporated with a number of other projects. A west promenade on this property would also have continuity with both north and south properties and link to the regional trail. I am a little confused exactly on what we are to do tonight, but as I walked in the door, my recommendation would be to deny the resolution number 2019-24 and move to a more satisfactory project for this property. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gruber.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Hope Melton. I'm at 4825 Valley View Road in Edina. I'm coordinator of Edina Neighbors for Affordable Housing. I'm testifying in favor of Resolution 2019-07. To begin, I have 2 general comments. The first is that although we're talking about using public funding for this project, I want to remind everyone that what we're really talking about is something much bigger. And that is creating a physical and social environment where people, including the most vulnerable, whether because of age or disability, can live out their daily lives and thrive. Second, there's a large group of voices that is not represented here tonight. That is the voices of those individuals and families that need affordable housing. Those people will be directly impacted by whether or not this project comes to fruition. I believe the council made a wise decision with preliminary approval of the project. In addition to incorporating the design guidelines of the Southdale District Small Area Plan, it provides 62 units of workforce affordable housing for 25 years, and it is well integrated into a market rate project. We're talking teachers, legal assistants, and Southdale area medical staff. TIF funding enables affordable housing to be spread throughout the community, not simply segregated near commercial areas and major freeways. In other words, it allows it to be blended with other residential areas. But for TIF funding, this excellent project will not happen. The project's total revenue is dramatically reduced by its affordable units compared to 100% market rate development. The amount of construction debt developers can leverage is thereby reduced, creating a gap. Market rate developers that include affordable housing cannot access the same types of gap funding available to developers of 100% affordable housing. TIF provides gap funding for market rate developers, thereby making those projects financially feasible. Finally, I don't know any compelling reason why we wouldn't use TIF funding for this project. We know it only adds a very small number of children to the school district. We know the existing tax base will continue to be distributed. We know that Edina is moderate in its use of TIF funding compared to surrounding municipalities, and we know that the city's TIF policy aims to reduce risk and maximize public benefits. This residential mixed-use project creates a living environment that will promote the vitality of its inhabitants, the wider Southdale area, and the Edina community as a whole. I urge support for this resolution. Also, I want to say, if people want to learn more about TIF, the Edina Neighbors for Affordable Housing is having a meeting this Thursday evening, 6:30 to 8 at the Edina Community Lutheran Church, and everyone is welcome.
Thank you. Ms. Milton. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor, Council members. My name is Mark Chamberlain. I live at 7004 Bristol Boulevard. I'd like to start off by saying first that I am not opposed to affordable housing. But what I am opposed to is using affordable housing as a lever to be able to overbuild on a site and then turn around and ask the city to help subsidize that. They talked about workforce housing for teachers. The average teacher in Edina makes over $46,000. In order to qualify for the affordable housing units in this project, an income level for family of two, whether that be spouse, significant other, or a roommate, is $45,000. So I don't think this housing is going to work for teachers. I don't think it's going to work for firemen. I don't think it's going to work for the police or quite a few other people in the city. When you take two incomes, you're going to easily be over the $45,000 limit. The developer has loaded this project with a number of eye candy features in order to win the council's initial approval for the project. And then they turn around and they ask you to help subsidize it with the $12 million TIF subsidy. I think that's wrong. Also, regarding the water issue on the property that's been brought up, that issue was known long before this property was purchased, and we, the taxpayers, should not have to foot the bill to fix the problem any more than if they had bought a car that had been in an accident and came to you and asked you to make the repairs. The price for damaged property should be lower than the price for the same property in undamaged condition, so that the buyer can afford to pay for the repairs to bring it up to market value of undamaged property. If a buyer makes a bad purchase decision and overpays, then that should be on him. That's his problem. If the buyer has been deceived by the seller regarding the condition of the property that causes him to overpay, then I suspect there are legal remedies through the courts for those situations. But it is not the city's responsibility to use our tax dollars to make them whole for a bad investment. Back to TIF, which is we're talking about here tonight, the one slide that Mr. Neuendorf had up there with the bar chart didn't have the exact numbers on it, but is roughly, as I could tell, there's about 168,000, I think they said, is the current tax base. Assuming that there are no other options besides the office buildings and the proposed development, that those are the only two other options. Option B, the office building would, for the next 20 years, generate an extra $450,000 in tax revenue. So over 20 years, before TIF actually goes to the city, we would already collect an extra $9 million. The extra revenue that the city will gain when TIF goes off, which would be about another $900,000, it would take another 10 years to offset the $10 million that we gained during the first 20 years. So really, it would take the city, under this proposal, it's going to take 30 years before we reach a point or we're actually better off with the TIF revenue. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chamberlain.
Hi, I'm Barry Rosenthal, 6205 Scotia Drive. Mr. Mayor, members of the council. I'm speaking in support of the TIF resolution, but I do want to acknowledge that there were some really excellent comments made by people who were opposed to it. And I think on balance, we have to realize that there's no perfect solution. We're not going to make everyone happy in every detail. But on balance, I think that this is a very worthwhile thing to proceed with. One thing that hadn't been brought out is that in addition to this, in relation to the school revenue, is that if there are additional students, we get additional state aid, so that offsets any minimal impact on property tax revenues from TIF, and I think that's an important thing to consider. I think we need a mix of new affordable housing options. We obviously need to preserve affordable housing, the naturally occurring affordable housing. We need dedicated units like 7600 and other ones we've been talking about, but having new buildings where the affordable housing is integrated into market rate housing is a really important feature. This whole development is just an exciting new development. It is higher density, but it is just like things like Centennial Lakes, which were looked at as, really sort of out there and really extensive changes, but are now looked at as jewels of the city. This is the type of development. Instead of tearing this down and putting up another office building surrounded by acres of parking, this is a really new way of looking and helping develop for the future. So I think this is an important thing to do, and I support it. And I hope you do too. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rosenthal. Anyone else wish to testify? All right, seeing no one coming forward, is there a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved. Second.
Got a motion and second to close the public hearing. Discussion? All those in favor of closing the public hearing, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carried. We have some issues that came up, Mr. Neuendorf. I think some of them may also require a comment by the applicant. In fact, the first one I think was raised by Mr. Carlson. Mr. Bigby spoke in favor of it, but then John Carlson was wondering, I guess thinking that affordable units needed specialized management, and had we considered the on-site management team. So we haven't heard anything about the management of the apartments at the building. If this were potentially approved, what stage are we at in having that discussion with the owner-developer?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, it's very early in the game, so at this point a contractor has not been selected to build it, let alone a property manager to manage it. But I should note that in recent months, the city staff did develop a affordable housing implementation guideline booklet. We're engaging with a private third-party agency called Affordable Housing Connections to help us keep an eye on those affordable units. So we have this guide booklet that is included as part of, right now it's an exhibit to the TIF agreement that we're working on. When they do get their final approvals, they will be bound to comply with those guidelines. We believe, as also one of the other testifiers mentioned here tonight, that part of this goal is to mainstream these units. So certainly there, for some properties, for some households, perhaps specialized attention is necessary. But in this project, whichever household lives within any of the units, they need to follow the basic rules of the building. So we feel that this is within the capabilities of, frankly, any management company. We're doing special or similar arrangements with the developer at the Market Street, the Nolan Mains project, where they will manage their affordable units, and also the 4500 France apartments. They have some affordable units in that building, and the same management team will provide management oversight on those properties as well. So with this policy guide that we've established, I think we last updated it just a few weeks ago. Stephanie Hawkinson, our affordable housing manager, has prepared that. I feel that we're in good shape, and that should get us through any difficult spots.
Okay, good. Mr. DeVolis, you got potentially 62 affordable housing units here. Any other supplemental comment to what Mr. Neuendorf had to say, or anybody else? Mr. Margulies?
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, Michael Margulies, 2007 West Franklin, Minneapolis. I am employed by the developer. Although the project property manager hasn't been selected yet, I think you can assume that virtually anybody who is selected will have experience in managing a mixed-use project that will have both affordable and market rate units. The city is coming out with a pretty extensive set of guidelines, and that will set the requirements for how the tenants are selected, how the affordable housing program is administered, how the annual reporting has to occur. Those will be imposed upon us by contract and by law, and we'll adhere to those, whoever the property manager is.
Good, thank you. And then Mr. Neuendorf, Mr. Carlson went through some other projects that we've committed ourselves to in the past or pending. We have some pending commitments, Galleria Flats being in that category. 66 West, I think Mr. Carlson indicated that he thought our investment there was $350, but my recollection is that our investment was $500,000.
Correct. 66 West, it ended up at $550,000.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Thank you. We could compute the per door subsidy there. I guess that's 39 units divided into 550. West 76th Street, he had some computations there. And we've talked about this issue before at 7,200, 7,250, that we've got 62 units that cost $5.2 million in terms of creating this housing that's affordable in, as you say, a mixed-use project. It's not an isolated building that's just affordable for workforce. It's integrated into the project itself, which is what Ms. Katui thought was really important, and others mentioned that as well. What are your thoughts on that level of subsidy that's being proposed with respect to the affordable housing? This may be a little bit redundant because I think we talked about this at preliminary approval, but wonder if you would address it again, please.
Yeah, I think the idea that Mr. Carlson brought up is an accurate one, frankly. The cost to deliver affordable housing is hugely variable. So the 66 West project, the city was the last group in the door to fill in a gap that they didn't expect to have. So the city's contribution was very, very small. Other projects, it can be very, very big. As we work through the 4,500 France project, I don't recall the precise number, but the delivery of that project, they'll have 3 affordable units in it for 15 years on that one. It came out to over $400,000 per unit. So I mean, the cost per unit is highly variable. The cost to build new construction is much more than the cost to rehab a naturally occurring older property. But over the last several years, as we've talked and struggled with how to best achieve and address the affordable housing shortage in Edina, there were a lot of conversations with the Housing and Redevelopment Authority, and the strategy that staff has recommended is to keep it varied. To take some aim at existing properties, to take an aim at some properties that are integrated with 10 to 20% of the units in the building, and also work on some properties like the Aeon and the Beacon project where they're all affordably priced. As we looked at all the various options in front of us, we didn't find a single model that was the only example. And so the recommendation tonight to create an affordable housing district on this site, even though it's mixed use and mixed income, I think it falls into the bigger category.
Good, thank you. Sandy Carlson, One of her first concerns was the level of TIF support. She thought the TIF support level was too high, but as I recall from preliminary approval, we discussed this matter in terms of in the 5 instances where we've used TIF since 2010 out of the 52 projects that we've approved and have been built. How does this level of potential support at 12 million compare to, from a percentage standpoint, of the total project value to other projects that we've approved the use of TIF for? And maybe that's a Mr. Anhut question, but you might be able to answer that one as well.
Yeah, let me take the first stab. So the level of TIF contribution here is on par with other projects that the city has used TIF on. The developer's request for 12 million, frankly, I spent an extra couple months trying to break it. My goal was to get the best value for this community. And the more we went through the numbers, the more we evaluated and reevaluated, we kept coming back to the same conclusion that the developer did, that in order to get this project to go forward with this quality and this scale, $12 million was the sweet spot. Frankly, I was trying to come to you with a lower number. If I did, I don't think this project could work. So it's about right around 10% of the overall project cost, which is, there's no right or wrong, but that's kind of, that's a typical percentage. Lower is always better from the community perspective, but this project in the proposal is not outside the realm of normalcy at all.
All right. Another concern that Ms. Carlson had was the parking. She thought that the developer ought to be paying exclusively for parking. There are TIF-eligible costs, and I think structured parking is one of those TIF-eligible costs. How did you make the determination that you wanted to recommend that we consider structured parking as part of the TIF-eligible costs that you would support?
Yeah, we really focus more on the demolition of the existing parking garage as opposed to the construction of the new parking. We did include the demolition as a eligible cost, and that was done in large part to make a good faith effort to other funders that we're pursuing. We have submitted an application to DEED for funding, and we expect to submit one to Met Council. Those groups like to see other parties involved. They want to see the developer involved. They would love to see the locals involved. And when you get grant funds, they usually provide a grant of up to 75% of the cost. They always require a local match to make sure that there's skin in the game locally. So that's why we included demolition on that list of potentially eligible costs. We have heard concerns that this is a double dip, but as I mentioned, they can only get reimbursed once, but if they are successful with the grants, they could get about 75% of the cost reimbursed with the remainder coming locally.
All right. Another concern was the time frame in which townhouses would be completed. Do you want to walk over that scenario again and talk about your level of comfort on the timing of building those potential townhouses?
Sure. Let me start, and
Mr. Margulies come up too.
Might step in.
I think that I think Ms. Carlson expressed that they weren't going to be built until 2027, and her opinion was that they ought to be completed in 2022 or in the 2022 timeframe, so that because those are the transition units to the neighborhood. Anyway, you want to address that first, and either Mr. Margulies or Mr. DeVolis?
Yeah, there's let me key it up for Mr. DeVolis for a moment. As far as the timing goes, it's always important to remember that the developer needs to be able to deliver units that are rentable or saleable. And while it's a relatively large site at 5 acres, it's only a 5-acre site with a lot of commotion, a lot of contractors, a lot of things going on. So staging is important. I think Mr. DeVolis can talk to that. And then regarding the 5-year period, these will be for sale units. So the developer does not intend to build them all at once and hope that they sell and just wait until someone shows up. there'll be pre-sales and they'll start building them, and as they get more sales, they'll build more. So staff feels that a 5-year term is reasonable. I think the developer is motivated more by his financing costs to build them and sell them and deliver them as quickly as they possibly can. But unforeseen things can happen. For example, the brownstones on France Avenue at 52nd and France. Great project, beautiful project, delivered at an odd time in the economy, and it took many, many years to sell those last couple units. And we're not able to predict how quickly the market will absorb the units, and that's why we felt that, and still feel that, a period of about 5 years is a reasonable term. If it takes more than that, then the developer is penalized with a $500,000 penalty to their TIF reimbursement. So staff did have a lot of conversation about that time frame. I'm comfortable with the 5 years. I think the developer will be motivated to deliver them faster, motivated by the profit motive. They want to get paid for their project. But let me turn it over to Mr.
Before
DeVolis.
you turn it over to Mr. DeVolis, you touched on one other issue that Ms. Carlson raised, and that was she didn't think $500,000 was enough of a holdback, suggested $1.5 million holdback. Did you give that, the amount of the holdback, some consideration as you've been negotiating with the developer?
We certainly have. And with this whole project, there's been months and months of negotiation. Of course, we started at a higher number. But as we learned and better understood the schedule and the needs of the project to actually be successful, we felt that a $500,000 penalty is significant and sufficient. I would also, again, just reinforce my prior comment that if the developer is penalized $500,000, they failed because they haven't delivered the townhomes, which is where they're going to make profit. So, our $500,000 penalty is relatively meager. They could have messed up the whole deal by not building the units and turning them over. So that's why we didn't feel that we needed to go, with an extreme, outrageous penalty that would just prevent the project from being financed. We think $500,000 is sufficient.
All right. Mr. DeVolis.
Dean DeVolis, good evening. Again, it's really 3 reasons why the townhouses are in the timeline. The first is construction staging. We plan to build a develop from the south end working north. So the first apartment building goes up, the second apartment goes up, the public improvements, and so forth. So as the site gets built out, you have less and less land in which to stage construction and work with. So we needed that to be the very last piece in order to get everything else in the project. Because remember, about 40% of the land is going to be dedicated public use. A component is going to be a conservation district. We can't engage those areas for construction because we're protecting those. So that was number one. Number two, they're ownership townhouses, which is very critical, and I've had the privilege of meeting with 4 sets of buyers. They want to see what's going to be in place, sort of the same thing you're seeing, what's going to be the guarantees, what's going to be built. The buyers are expressing the same thing. They want to see the VUNRF, the conservation, the amenities and stuff before they're interested in buying. They want to see the end results, unlike a rental set of townhouses where you put them up and the buyers have no choice to accept it. In this case, they do. That's discretionary, and that's the other reason, that they want the end result, and that sort of proved out through my conversation. And then the third part is, these will be custom townhouses. So unlike a standard plan, the buyers can customize them between 2 and 3 stories, master on the main level, roof deck on top, so forth, which takes additional time in organizing them, because this is not just, again, a stock set of townhouses, but one that's going to be unique to each townhouse, sort of in a constant architectural theme. So given all those factors, and working with Bill, the timeline we thought was very appropriate. They will get built, but because of ownership, they need their own timeline to make sure it appeals to the buyer and satisfy the desires and works with the logistics of the site.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Carlson had 2 other issues that she raised. One was with respect to Cornelia Drive And I think I understood the point she was making, and I think she was looking at the broader traffic implications of, or concerned about any traffic implications into the neighborhood by virtue of the building of the project. And we've already talked about how we're going to try to manage traffic on 72nd, which would potentially move into the neighborhood if there was a left-hand turn permitted. Does Cornelia Drive on the radar in terms of when you look at some of these other issues that we'd look at Cornelia Drive too? Because I know we thought about Cornelia Drive in the sense of some cut-through issues as well that we might want to try to address.
It's not part of the scale at this point, and I'd have to look up what it is in the queue for the reconstruction program. I don't think it's in the 5-year window for reconstruction. When I think of Cornelia, I'm thinking from 70th all the way down to 72nd. That's a pretty big project, and if it's not in our queue, I don't know where we'd get the funding to complete that work.
Okay, all right. And then she mentioned that she was concerned about the level of equity by the developer in the project. You've looked at that issue, I'm sure, and you're comfortable with the level of equity that's going into the project from the owner side, developer side?
Yes. At this point, the LLCs that are created own the properties. They have connections with each other through a third entity. One of the properties, Mr. Bonjean was here at a prior meeting. He's owned the property at 7250 for about 10 or 12 years in that time frame. The other property, the 7200, is the one that has been bought and sold quite a bit as different developers have tried to come up with a plan that could work. So the current ownership is relatively new. But to your initial question and to Mrs. Carlson's question, we are comfortable with the equity that the developer is bringing to the table.
All right. I'm going to move on to Mr. Gubrud. Carolyn Jackson testified in between, but was in favor of the project, supporting the workforce housing notion. Mr. Gubrud expressed the notion that TIF was to be used for blighted areas. Would you just go over again the standard for the use of TIF?
Sure. Yeah. Minnesota statute allows several different types of TIF districts to be established. Certainly, the blight type of condition is the age-old. That's kind of how TIF got its start back in the day. And I would agree with Mr. Gubrud that a lot of the properties up and down France Avenue definitely are not blighted. But we're not talking about the Galleria. We're not talking about Centennial Lakes. We're not talking about Byerly's and Lund's and Reuben Board. We're talking about the two parcels at 7200 and 7250. They're about 50 years old. One has been structurally condemned. The other one has a couple tenants left. It has not been improved. I did notice they had newer carpeting this morning than they did 6 years ago when I walked through there, but there have not been improvements to the building. At best, it's maybe a Class C office space. I think that's generous. I mean, it's great for the businesses that are there because it's a lower rent, but it's time. It's time for those buildings to be improved. When staff drew the boundaries of this TIF district, we were cognizant of the conditions of the properties. If we wanted to be much more aggressive, we would have created a much larger district with greater ideals and trying to solve 10 times as many problems. We don't have that in front of us. What we have in front of us today is a proposal for these two properties. So we're recommending that the TIF district be limited to those two properties. But in regard also to that blight test, also bear in mind that staff is not recommending we create a redevelopment or blight district. We're recommending a housing district. That's been the thrust of this project, that it would be different from anything else that's been built in Edina for many, many years, and that would have 20% of the units affordably priced, integrated into the property, not differentiated and put in the back door or down by the alley, but integrated throughout a Class A building. So the type of district that we're recommending is a housing district, and a housing district does not have a blight test. Small point, but I just wanted to mention that.
Okay. I think you also talked a little bit about in your presentation about the but-for tests and the applicability of the but-for tests. But for the use of TIF, we wouldn't be seeing a project of this magnitude, this significance, this sophisticated in a way, And you want to talk a little bit about that, because I think Mr. Gubrud was wondering about the
Sure.
explanation relative to the but-for test too, and its applicability in this situation.
Definitely, and this is also a very common misperception. We hear this about a lot of different projects throughout the metro area, quite frankly. So TIF does not mean but for TIF, nothing would be built on the site. I mean, you could plant grass, you could put self-storage, you could do lots of things on the site, but what's the project that the community wants? What's the best project for the site? Recognizing that not everyone will ever be happy with any project. So the TIF test and the but-for test when it comes to a TIF district is but for the use of TIF, will a project of the scale, of the quality, and of the caliber that's envisioned end up being developed on the site? And by our evaluation and our analysis, we don't believe it would. We think the developer probably could build a much lower density medical office building. They won't have to deliver any of the public benefits, the easements, the setbacks, the conservation district, the stormwater solutions. They could just build two very simple little buildings. I don't know how they would pencil out, but they could probably figure out how to do it without TIF. But when the city started down the road on this Greater Southdale plan, one of the primary goals was to get away from that super block idea. Get away from the idea that where you've got a block that's 5 acres, 10 acres, 20 acres in size, and actually make it permeable so that if you're living in the neighborhood, visiting the neighborhood, you feel comfortable walking through a site as opposed to being unwelcomed into it. So when the city approved this Southdale area plan a few months ago, this project, I mean, it really complied with the principles that working group prepared in the document that was eventually gone through Planning Commission and City Council. So we feel that just as a clarification, the but-for test does not mean to imply that but-for TIF nothing will happen, but will a project of this caliber and this scope happen?
All right. The other issue that he raised was the TIF requires a measurable benefit to the general public, and I think his question was, well, how do you measure that? How do we go about measuring that benefit to the general public, and does this project meet that standard?
Yeah, another great question. So in the developer's original application, they did their math, how they measured benefit. I agreed with some of their numbers. I strongly disagreed with many other of their numbers. So again, that was part of the negotiation. But as they put their argument together, there are clearly several public benefits. Some you can monetize, others you can't. So the improvements to West 72nd Street, we're budgeting about $1.2 million. If the city were to make that improvement, it would cost us also $1.2 million. So that one you can quantify. Others, like the idea of making a super block more permeable and more friendly, that's more of a feeling. It's more of a qualitative than a quantitative measure. The affordable housing, I mean, I can come up with an estimate of how much rent they're giving up, but I don't know if that's an accurate way to measure creating a community where you can have many different people live in it and be part of the community. I think there's a qualitative measure there as well. So when it comes to TIF and when it comes to a TIF plan, always remember we have to submit this to the state auditor. They don't care about qualitative, they want quantitative. So in this plan, we measure the benefits, and we do that by cost. So in the past, about a month ago, we looked at a term sheet where we quantified about $22 million in costs that the state auditor would say, yes, those are qualified. The city council and the HRA did not agree to 22 million. We agreed to 12 million. So that is how I would quantify those numbers. We do engage a third party company, Ehlers and Associates, to review the numbers, double check the math, triple check the math. And they also have confirmed that the $12 million is the right numbers for this particular project.
All right. I want to move on to Mr. Chamberlain, who had some interesting points to make. He said he opposed using affordable housing as a lever to get a project improved or project built, and I think he thinks that that's what happened here. I think that's implicit in his testimony. And then he didn't think that affordable housing would work here regardless. So to the first point, did you have a sense that, or what's the role of affordable housing in this whole project with respect to the kind of project that's being delivered that we think is good for the community?
Yeah, regarding the affordable housing, a lot of this goes back to the initial zoning request to the initial planning commission hearings. So certainly when the city considers a planned unit development like this one, affordable housing is one of the key things that we think about. I don't know how the planning commission and the city council makes your decision as far as what is the right density for this site compared on the number of units, but certainly by including the affordable units and by showing a willingness to not do the 10%, but to go for the 20% of the units, and then a further willingness to extend it from a 15-year term to a 25-year term. I have to think that is part of the whole conversation. But in my opinion, I don't think the inclusion of affordable units results in an overbuilding of the site. Whatever the price point is of those apartments, it's the overall density. It doesn't matter how much income you earn, it's how many people that are there. So I don't think it results in overbuilding.
I think for us on the council, that was one element of this project that we looked at in terms of preliminary approval, but there were many other public benefits as well that accrued to the block, so that affordable housing wasn't a singular level to getting this project done. He doesn't think affordable housing will work at this location. He doesn't think, when he runs the math in his mind, that it's just going to pan out. So how did you go about analyzing whether we could do 20% affordable here and have it be effective workforce housing?
Yes, certainly. So the level of affordability and the income level that a family earns, whether it's a single person, whether it's a couple, whether it's a single parent, whether it's a senior citizen, that dollar amount is established by the state, by Met Council, and by HUD, Housing and Urban Development. Staff did our own research a few months ago where we did some polling of some local employers, including the city, the school district, healthcare workers, daycare workers, and I don't have those numbers on the top of my head, but certainly there's a number of folks at the school district, as an example, where they would probably qualify for affordable housing. Now, on average, Edina school staff are paid fairly well, but it's those new ones, the ones that are starting off their career, where it can be a challenge. When Ms. Hawkinson pulled those numbers, to me, the category that stood out the most was daycare employees. So my recollection was that on average, and she polled local daycare providers, their average salary was between $25,000 and $36,000 a year. So these are the folks that we trust our kids with. It seems to me like they should qualify for housing in Edina if they want to be close to their work. So it's hard to tell. I mean, when it comes to affordable housing, fair housing laws don't allow us to only rent it to employees of this company or folks like that. It's an open call for tenants. But certainly in our polling, we found that there's a number of industries that would benefit locally by having workforce housing right in Edina.
All right. Another issue he raised was the stormwater management issue, that this water issue has been known about for a long time. And I think that's probably true. And we've known for years that the property at 7200 is a gathering spot for water from probably 8 or 10 properties around there. And this gives us a chance to solve that, help solve that issue. So I guess the point is, whose issue is this water issue? That may be what he was indicating.
Yeah, and
why is it everybody's problem and not just the developer?
Sure. And I respect the point that he raised. It has been known for quite some time that the site has water problems. It's been known that about half of their problem is actually their neighbor's problem that they have inherited. When this site was first turned from a gravel pit to an office building, there weren't water requirements. No one really thought about that. So perhaps it's a philosophical approach. But as staff evaluated and talked to many developers over the years about what to do with this property, the stormwater problem was one of the key problems that we always heard about. And with tax increment financing, there's a way to solve the problem. So I don't know if I can place blame on who created the problem or who should solve it, or is it the owner's problem, or should the neighbors pay for it? I mean, in other instances, the city's special assessed neighbors to solve the problem. Here, we feel that we can use TIF to solve it without a special assessing other neighbors or without coming up with more complicated ways to finance it.
The other point that he raised, I think it was the last point I made a note on, was that he had a sense that the city was making the developer whole on their investment, that the use of the TIF here was really a mechanism by which we helped a developer who had overpaid for the property get himself in a position where they could deliver something but still make some money. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I don't have a great level of detail on that. I know that the 7200 parcel has sold many times, at least 3 times to my knowledge. When it first sold in 2014 or in that time frame, I didn't see the appraisal. I didn't do an evaluation. I didn't have access. That was all private material. So I don't have intense knowledge on that. But in response to the question asked, I don't believe that we're overpaying or enriching the developer. I mean, if we want to see something productive on the site happen in a way that complies with our guide plans and our comp plans and all those types of things, we have a structural financial gap. TIF can be used to bridge that gap, whether the gap is created by demolition cost or the cost of concrete or the cost of saving trees or whatever the cost comes from. We are recommending a solution here as opposed to pointing fingers.
All right, good. I saw one other thing that he had raised, and that was, gee, you could build an office building here that would generate, I think he said 9 million. There were some assumptions made there, and that could be something that could be done without TIF. And by using TIF, it's going to take another 10 years to get that amount of money back out of the project. We're looking at a 30-year turnaround. There's some assumptions built in there. I don't know what your thoughts are on that, but it's another issue worth addressing, I think, and goes again, I think, to what you said earlier about what do we want to see on that site.
Correct. Yeah. Admittedly, I wasn't able to keep up with his math when Mr. Chamberlain was running through it. But I did include in my slide deck a comparison of those 3 properties. And also, I'll mention again that TIF is not a short-term, quick solution. It can solve a problem, but the benefit is a long-term. You have to have a long lens. So certainly the developer could fix and reoccupy the buildings. He could tear them down and without TIF do something smaller scale, might even pencil out on paper. But there's not the tangible benefit to the community. That comes by doing something of this scale, of this quality, and of this grandeur. And I think the numbers go from if we did go with Plan B, I think the tax benefit is about $600,000. If we went with the recommendation here, the benefit is about $1.6 million. I mean, so it's more than double. But we have to be patient. We have to wait 20 years for that to happen. And when it comes to public finance, we are typically looking at that longer term. We're comfortable with that.
All right. And our financial advisors are comfortable with that as well?
I would ask. Thank you. The only caveat I would add to that is the analysis that Bill just discussed does not take into account the fact that you would be keeping about 10% of the TIF for use towards other affordable housing purposes as well. So there are, it does shrink the difference in the short term that was described by the citizen that came forward. We have reviewed extensively the pro forma of the developer. We do understand that there is a substantial gap over and above the amount of TIF assistance. They are going to be investing in some equity that other conventional projects would not be investing. So we are comfortable not only their ability to do so, they've demonstrated that, but also that they are investing over and above what we would see for a typical development along this corridor. And we are capable of defending that gap, that this is a need and a qualified use.
And I take it that means that you support the recommended action of our staff that we adopt a resolution that would establish the TIF district.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I think at this point in time, you would be creating a TIF district, a tool that you can utilize to see and shepherd this project forward, which we have and we understand has been within your sights for quite some time. And, you know, subject to the zoning approvals, you would be moving forward with that in the future.
All right. I may have missed some questions or some comments, council members. Does anybody else have anything they want to inquire of Mr. Neuendorf about, or Mr. Anhut? Yes, Member Anderson.
Just, I guess, a question that's probably for Mr. Anhut more than Mr. Neuendorf. We've got the capacity within the district at 28.4. Yes.
That is the revenue projection over the full term.
And so, and part of that is the 5.4 million, the extension in affordable housing. So I guess my question is a technical question that I think you can answer. If that 5.4 isn't committed at this time, but instead, if we had the ability to negotiate that in 15 years or 17 years, we have the capacity within the district, and we can do so at any time at that 17-year period or 16-year period to sit down with the developer. The developer has expressed willingness to extend beyond the 15-year requirement. Yes? Right?
You would have the capacity today to do that, and that's what we are proposing, that you are utilizing this tool in order to do that.
Okay. But is there any reason why we couldn't reserve the right to do that in the future and avoid this interest cost, as well as to see what plays out over the next 17 years?
I don't actually believe so. I think as stated in my last statement, I'm going to go back a little bit here.
Okay.
But we understand that the gap presented in this project, regardless of the term of the affordability, is over and above $20 million. The TIF is going to fill about 12 of that. We're looking at the developer as well as potential future grants to fill in the remaining $8 million that is over and above what a typical investment would be for this type of a development, a mixed-use project. And so we don't believe that project is feasible in any regard without the full amount of TIF committing. However, we've been able to negotiate, two ways that in exchange for providing that commitment of TIF, they are going to go over and above the zoning requirements, and they're going to extend the term of affordability for the full 25 years. That's the way I would frame that.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thanks.
All right, gentlemen, thank you. Member Fisher.
Ms. Benarott, could you load up my slideshow? I'm going to make a few comments, and then I want to, hopefully you'll indulge me a few minutes. I want to talk about TIF in a different sort of way. The only comment I want to make about all of the public hearing is the one on stormwater concerned me a little bit. And I think, we all are guilty of doing this. Sometimes we treat commercial property owners different than residential property owners. And I get the sentiment that too bad you bought property that is gathering other people's stormwater. But that situation's happening all over Edina, and we just committed as a council to make this one of our biggest priorities in the next budget, solving the water problems in our community. This is a big one right here. And I wonder if we would say the same thing if that was a residential neighbor there that was taking on the stormwater from neighbors. I think it's incumbent on our community to figure out, top of the hill and bottom of the hill and everything in between and responsibly try and solve the stormwater. So that's enough about that. What I would like to do, and it's, I get involved in TIF, and I have for many years, and the thing that troubles me, and it's happened again here tonight, and I get it, we're talking about a project, but what we forget to do sometimes is ask the question, why is this good for all of us? Why would this TIF district be good for the taxpayers of Edina? And if it's not, we shouldn't be doing it. This isn't about what's good for this developer. It's got to be about what's good for us. And so I just want to deal with that a little bit. And I'm going to start with this picture of my air plant, which I'm very proud of. I've kept this thing alive for 4 years. And luckily it's an air plant. You don't have to do much. But when I look at this plant, it sits in my office, I see parts of it that are dying away. And I see parts of it that have new growth. And every time I come, I remember about once a week to go down and grab that plant and throw it in some water. But what I do notice is that it never is exactly the same. It's either growing or it's dying. And to me, that's a little bit about what TIF is about. And my theme here is to talk about renewal. So we were just out in Washington, D.C., and there was a presentation by a gentleman from California. And a few of us sat in on the Council of First-Tier Suburbs. And this slide I thought was really interesting. He was saying there are 1,700 first-tier suburbs in the United States. And a little over half are classified as vulnerable or distressed. There are 35% that are stable. And then there's this small group of what he calls elite first-tier suburbs. And I like to think that that's where we sit as Edina. And that's great. But he goes on to talk about, and by the way, 20% of Americans live in first-tier suburbs, and most of the poverty in our country exists in first-tier suburbs. But what he talked about, and this is a longer presentation, I just pulled 3 of his slides, but on the left, well, first of all, he basically said all current suburban development will face decline in their lifetime. And there are rare suburban communities that escape this fate. But even that, he said, first-tier suburbs need to manage their condition, and they have to look for long-term renewal. This is an essential thing that we have to do. It doesn't matter if you're elite or on the other end of the spectrum. The other thing he put up, another slide that I really thought was useful, they interviewed these home builders and realtors. It said, how do people decide where to live? Number 1 is crime, or more accurately, do I feel safe? It's the perception of safety. And then it's schools. How good are the schools? And you can see the rest of the list. I'm not going to read through it. But I would argue that Edina invests an awful lot. Our policing policies, the way we ticket, we talk about how we're catching speeders and everything. It's really about the perception of how we deal with safety and crime. And I'm going to talk a little bit about the schools as well. So we just had a presentation by Hazel Reinhardt about a week ago. And this theme of renewal, she's a demographer that worked for the school district and the city. And the comment she made, and this is not a quote, I tried to remember kind of the essence of the comment, but it really stuck with me, that she said Edina is going through a period of renewal which is really unusual for a first-tier suburb of this age. Keeping in mind this other expert talking about the trend for first-tier suburbs to go the other way over time. And she said Edina is behaving more like a developing suburb, which is helping to stabilize the population of resident students in our school system. And she actually saw it as a bit of a surprising note. And this is just veering a little bit, but in comments I've gotten about TIF, the comment is we're going to subsidize the development while we're filling our schools with these students from these developments. And all along we've been using 0.10 per unit as kind of the yield of students. And her work here has shown pretty clearly that it's actually much lower than that. These apartments are not generating many students for our school districts. So this idea that the school district's going to be sitting here with this burden without the funding is not really true. But I hope to spend just a minute talking about how that actually doesn't matter so much either. And one thing I want to talk, so in this spirit of renewal, in 2011, I just want to talk about a case. So I've tried to look at Edina specifically, case studies. What can we learn from what we've done, and has it been good for us or not? So the Southdale 2 TIF district, created in 2011, was essentially to give a $5 million loan to Simon for the Southdale Center. Now, I will admit, I wasn't on the council. I don't even think I was on the planning commission. I was sitting out there probably, and I thought, that's just nuts. Why in the world would we give Simon a $5 million loan? Now, I didn't say anything. I didn't do anything. I didn't write any nasty emails, just so you know. But it was interesting to me, what's up? Why would the city council do that? And Bill has shared some of this information. But at the time, in 2011, the estimated market value had gone down 40% for that property. The tax capacity had dropped 43%. Think about what that expert was talking about. First-tier suburbs. What's the natural inclination? But it wasn't only that. I remember distinctly family members and friends saying they weren't as comfortable going to Southdale Mall. Their perception of safety was going down, right? So what happens when that wheel just starts turning? We see it around us. We see it in other first-ring suburbs for sure. So the goal here was to give a $5 million loan to Simon. Well, why would that do anything? Well, it's interesting. I've interviewed Scott. I've talked to a lot of folks to get to the bottom of this. That $5 million interest-free loan coming from a TIF district, special legislation, prompted, and it was part of the TIF agreement, was for a $15 million investment minimum from Simon. But more importantly, we wanted Simon to focus on Edina, not all the other properties they have around the country. We wanted their attention, we wanted it here, and we wanted to change the trajectory of what was happening in our town. And we wanted to reassure neighbors and investors and to stimulate investment around it. The only way that was going to happen was if they had the confidence that we were on top of this. We were on top of renewing our community. And not only was there investment, there have been hundreds of millions of dollars of investment. This curve, it's gone up, right? And this is 2 years old. Those curves keep going. We are well beyond what we were before. So now I have to go back and say to those council members that were here and did that, nice job. I'm sorry I was critical of you. Even though I did it quietly, I was critical. And this was a great move. So what are people saying about TIF today? Well, we could spend those tax dollars on other public goods that was referenced earlier. TIF is taking money away from the school district. The same development would happen without it. My taxes are going to go up because of this, and we're using it more than other communities. And I just want to address these things. So this idea that we could spend these dollars on other public goods, I think we've already talked about that. Not possible, doesn't happen. That money doesn't even exist today. This increment will only happen if this project happens. The money, it's just, and I think we've covered that enough. So TIF takes money away from our schools. So this pie chart is right from the Edina School District. And I want people to see that 53% of the funding the school district receives is based on student count. So when the school district loses 100 students like they did this last year, that's where the pain comes in. That's the primary source of funding. The other, there's 12% that's in services and other. 35% of the school district's funding comes from their levies, which is the only thing that could even be affected by a TIF district. And what was mentioned earlier is there are 4 basic types of levies. There's your annual budget levy, which just like the city levies to run the city, the school district levies, very much a lot of state control. They're mandated about how much leeway they get in that. And then they got operating referendums, technology levies, and building referendums. Those are the 4 ways that they can get property tax money. And one of those, the operating referendum, is not affected by TIF districts, and I'll explain that in just a minute. The thing I want to make sure everyone understands is that properties like the ones we're talking about, they're not stable. They're actually declining typically, right? Because they are in a condition that I would call blighted, that they are actually offering less benefit to the school district and the city and the county every year. Now, it's not all the time, but it's a generality and something to consider. Now, I just want to focus on one TIF district. It was actually one of the first TIF districts probably in the state, Grandview Square in Edina. And the reason I want to use this one is it's actually a great example to answer some of these questions. So in the green is the actual TIF district, and back at the time, things were defined a little differently. The red area was sort of the general redevelopment area, but the green is where the development project happened. So I want to use the example of a pie to describe our citywide tax capacity. So if you bundle up everything in the city, where when we levy, it comes from that pie. But within the pie is a slice, and the yellower kind of slice on the right, that's the tax capacity at the beginning. In 1984, it was the tax capacity of the properties within that green box. And let's just say all of the rest of us are that more red-colored slice of the pie. So that's what we all paid in 1984. That was our share. And the best way to describe that is when you get your tax bill, let's say the city levies, say our levy is going to go up 5% this year. And then you get your tax bill and it only went up 3.5%. And you're like, well, what happened, Mike? Why did my taxes only go up 3.5% for city when you raised it by 5%? Well, it's because other properties in the city grew, their tax capacity grew. And so it meant your slice actually was smaller. So the whole point is altogether we're the whole, but those slices vary. Same thing when you get reassessed, your slice got bigger often, and so it's not always aligning with what the percent of the levy was. So in 1984, that's the situation. 1997, we're halfway through the TIF district. Now on the top circle, that represents if the school district at that time, their annual budget levy, that TIF property had the same slice of the pie as it did when the TIF district started. Same thing if there was a technology levy or a building referendum. But the bottom circle, if there were an operating referendum during that time, that TIF district would have been paying a bigger percent of the pie. All right? So, and then we talked about that tonight. And you notice in the diagram to the right, there are some buildings that have been built now in that TIF district. That's why the slice of the pie has actually grown from the start. And now the TIF district's decertified. The citywide tax capacity at that point had increased 113%, but that parcel had gone up 830%. So it was taking on a much bigger slice of the pie. So the same development would happen without it. That's an argument. So now I just want to look at this visually. So the green area is the TIF district, and look at all of the other parcels. So now this is 2003, so several years have gone by, and you can see some of the buildings have been built out, not all of them. But I will tell you, in reviewing these aerial photos, not one thing has changed in the rest of the area around this. There's no development that's happening, nothing. 2006, another building's been built in this TIF area. The only thing I can see is that some roofs are getting older outside the TIF area. There's no new development. 2010, this TIF district is decertified. All of the buildings are built. It's a fully developed area. Not one thing has changed outside that district. 26 years, no development. So when we talk about fueling the renewal, doing little things as a city to help move things along in a first-tier suburb that needs to constantly renew itself, this is why we do it. Now I want to do it in one more way. So and there's a hard lesson here. When you go back 20-some, 30-some years, this stuff isn't just sitting on a computer. Scott, thank you for going in the basement of the liquor store to go through boxes of old papers and find some of these numbers for us. And our city assessor did a great job as well. So all of these parcels in yellow are where we could get property tax and value information from the beginning of this district to the end. So over that period of time that this TIF district existed, the net tax capacity of all of those properties together dropped 26%, okay? Now, I will say there have been some definitions over time that changed the definition of tax capacity, but that applies equally to the TIF area and not, so just these are apples to apples. The estimated market value of this area in yellow, and I'm not, again, this is not the TIF area, this is everything else around it, went up 197%. So you could say, hey, Mike, that's what we're saying. This is Edina. Market value will go up no matter what. And that's true. It does. But during that same period of time, the general fund levy for Edina over that period of time had gone up 253%. And you say, well, that's just crazy. That's just crazy spending from the city. Not really. If you just take 3% a year, which barely covers salary increases, that's 197%. So what I'm trying to say here is, left alone, not trying to make sure that things are being renewed, these parcels do fall behind. Their slice of the pie shrinks, and that means all of the rest of our slices of the pie has to grow. We're all going to pay more when we let parts of our community just sort of continue to decline. Now I'm going to throw in the TIF district into that mix, and let's run the same numbers. For the whole area, this is all the parcels together. So the net tax capacity in this case went up 148%, where without it, it would have gone down 26%. And that's because, as I said earlier, the net tax capacity of that TIF district went up 830 alone. Estimated market value in that area went up 454%. And that's because the TIF area went up 1,375%. That's a big help to the entire city, to every taxpayer in the city, and it's because the city at that time made those investments in renewing the community. So my taxes will increase because of this TIF district. So I asked, I'd done a presentation recently, and I asked the folks at Ellers, and it was one of Nick's partners, to show me numbers-wise, like, if we're going to make improvements, why do it in the TIF? Why not just, what if the city just pays for it? You know, just like we do everything. So interestingly, there was a first-ring suburb, which will go unnamed because this is a current project they're working on, that has a TIF district where they're asking for $7.5 million, and they're going to make $10 million in public improvements. So we use that as the model. And we just use a $500,000 house as the comparative property. If you just went and made those $10 million improvements, took out a 10-year bond, actually I think it was a 20-year bond in this case, it would cost that taxpayer $113 a year to pay their share, their slice of the pie on their taxes each year to pay for those public improvements. Well, what happens if you used a TIF to help pay for the bond, for the interest payments on the bond? That would cost that taxpayer $29 a year. But if you do a pay-as-you-go TIF, which is the same type that's being contemplated here, and really is the only kind anyone ever does anymore, it's essentially no cost to the taxpayer. So what I'm saying is that we could go and we could just do all, you know, you want to take 72nd Street? Do you want to break up the super block? Do you want to fix the stormwater? Do we want workforce housing? Let's just pay for it. We could all just put it on the tax bill. We could go bond for it. It will cost all of us more money. So I just want us to start thinking about this, not in terms of what are we doing for the developer, what are we doing for us? That's my question. And then this whole issue of we're using it more than other communities. Bill covered this, but I've gotten, I don't know how many emails that talk about how smart Minneapolis is on TIF. And if we just did it more like Minneapolis, just want to point out where they sit on this chart, okay? And I've gotten a lot of emails about all of the TIF problems in Chicago and somehow how this is related to Chicago. Here's Chicago on this chart, all right? Chicago has 31.2% of their tax capacity in TIF districts. It's insane, but it is not something we should be even talking about because it's a different state, different laws, and frankly, it's just a different world, all right? So to me, when I ask the question, why is this TIF district good for Edina taxpayers? It's renewal, renewal, renewal. This is the best tool we have. And we got to use it right. We got to use it responsibly. But we're asking for, 72nd Street redesign. We want to break up super blocks. We want the Western Promenade to begin here. We want stormwater. We want workforce housing. We want to retain a chunk of this site for coverage and transition to the neighborhood. We want parking hidden from view and other public amenities. These are all things that, we turned down 4 projects to get to this. Now, is everyone happy with this project? No. But this is pretty close to being a good solution for the neighborhood, I think. And a lot of this public good, we got to figure out how to make it happen. We have some of the best negotiators around working on our behalf, and they're telling us that this makes sense, and I believe that. But I'm sorry I took probably too much time, but I just think it's really critical that we take the attention away a little bit from the developer and the project and focus it on us as the taxpayers. And if it doesn't make sense for us, we shouldn't do it. I think it makes sense for us.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Did you quit your day job?
This took about a week's worth of time.
I would think so.
That's a lot of time.
This was really impressive. Thank you so much.
In full, I put this together because I've been struggling with this for years. How do we explain TIF? Can we all admit this is just confusing as heck? Tonight, we all came into this thinking we knew exactly what this was, and we got all confused by a chart. TIF is inherently difficult to understand. Taxes of all sorts, and especially in Minnesota, are incredibly difficult. I've struggled most of my last 18 years explaining TIF to people, and it's just hard. And so I continue to try to find ways, and I'm not there yet, but we have to keep trying. Otherwise, it's just the confusion itself makes it seem like we're doing something wrong, or it's not good. And it's the best tool we have to renew our communities. Shouldn't be used, shouldn't be overused, right? It's got to be used in the right spots, the right time, for the right reasons.
Good. Yeah, extraordinary work. Thank you so much. Member Staunton, any thoughts? You want to get out your PowerPoint?
No. That's terrific, and it is. We spend a lot of time in this. We sometimes get off on little alleys where we get confused. I think that that chart we talked about. One of the things I did as we were kind of continuing on is realized when you add that up, those are. The 28 million plus is basically the amount we're forecasting would be generated over the life of the project in increment, and potential ways that could be spent. Because if you took the 10 million in interest and you subtracted out the 2.7 million administrative, there's 15 million left, not 12 million left. So, how it ends up getting spent is for another night. Really, tonight, what we're all about is trying to figure out, should we create a district to start capturing this increment, and then we can decide on another night. And we actually had that discussion in terms of the term sheet on February 20th. We talked about, the negotiation and what we might consider in terms of a deal with this particular developer. But picking up on what Councilmember Fisher said, I do think You know, I have been living with this site for the last 4+ years. The first project, the 7200 project, came to me at my second meeting on the council in January of 2015, and it's been through countless iterations and reiterations since then. And it was a big subject of the Southdale Working Group's planning process. And if you look at that plan, it even recognized that by creating a special portion of the transition area for this property, and maybe, you know, I think it's from 69th to Gallagher is what the Southdale plan talks about in terms of that being a special transition district. And it's special because the single-family residential neighborhood is closer in that stretch of France Avenue than it is in any other stretch. And so it takes particular care to figure out how to craft a redevelopment project in those areas in a way that can fit with those neighborhoods to the west. And it's really important to do the transition. And we worked really hard on that as we went through the various iterations of the design on the project. But I think it's an illustration of why a TIF district is appropriate in this place, because as we talked about on February 20th, there's clearly a huge gap here between what we would like as a community for this project. And some folks in the community disagree with us on that, but I think this is a really good project. I think it does a lot of the things that Councilmember Fisher identified at the end. It hides parking, it makes a transition, it creates the beginning of a western promenade, it adds some affordable housing. People have spoken eloquently about that this evening. And so I think the fact that we're getting all of those things and more, the stormwater management and a transition, is critical to making this site happen. And if we don't have some way to plug the gap on that, we're not going to get the kind of project we want in the kind of transition that starts to achieve the goals that we have in the Southdale district plan. So I'm in favor of creating the district, and then we can move from there to talking in our next gathering on this topic about the specific expenditures out of that district.
Good, thank you. Member Brundle.
Thank you. And thank you, everyone, for coming and testifying tonight and framing your thoughts around this project. Decisions like this are, they're complex. They're very complex. On the one hand, you have a project that could remain commercial, could be office, but we do have developers who want to build office here, and they can't get financing because it's not a market that is supporting office right now. Pentagon South has retail, restaurant, hotel, and Class A office. Class A office is the last phase of that project. It is going to be the toughest part of that project to develop because it's the toughest part of the project to finance. And so when looking at development opportunities, there are demands for housing. And looking at what belongs at 7200, 7250 France, put me back 5 years ago. I would have said this is before 71 France. This is talking about 1 Southdale Place. Nobody's going to live along France Avenue. Who would live along France Avenue? And here we are. We're in the process of transforming France Avenue as the place to be, the place to get from one place to another. It is a connector. It's transit friendly. It's loaded with employment. It's a livable area where when you live there, you are surrounded by people who live there because it's a livable area, and you're surrounded by the reasons that they live there, because it's close to employment, shopping, entertainment, medical. And as we continue to work with the county and make France Avenue easier to cross, more comfortable for people from every walk of life to get across France Avenue, it is one of our greatest challenges in this city, is to make people connect and help people connect across that. So this project actually goes a long way to provide at a key intersection where the trail is, as well as medical directly across the street with shopping, the ability to get across the street. In looking at, Member Staunton mentioned that the first proposal came to us in about 2015, and he might be right. I was going to say 2014. I have no idea how many people have had interest in this property. I don't even know how many people have owned it. I think I can say 4 in the last 5 years. They've walked away. One just came in with a proposal, and I think it was a sketch plan at the Planning Commission, totally walked out and never came back. Another really wanted to develop a mixed market rate affordable project there, but the realization of the complexity of the stormwater problem, the comment made by the developer to me was, the cost of that is going to make that site not developable. And the stormwater challenge on that site is created by the acres around that site. It's not created on that site. It's created by stormwater needing a place to go, originating on the properties that are near that site, acres of properties near that site, not just the acres that, not just the sites that are adjacent, but the acres around it. So we do own that. That's a public good. That alone is a public good, and that's going to be millions of dollars to solve that problem. As I'm looking at reimbursable costs, I'll be very surprised. I mean, it's under $2 million to put in storm retention, and the massive public good that is going to come from that is almost not measurable. So I would classify these 2 sites as blight. I don't know. I mean, blight in my eyes is they both look unproductive. They both don't look good. They both need renewal. That to me is blight. We're fortunate here that we don't have a lot of blight, but this is one. And if we don't, and now naturally, Mr. Chamberlain identified that we could do medical office here. We could. But is that the highest, best use of this property? And if it was, that's what we would be, that's what our proposal would be. I trust that that's what our proposal would be if that was the right solution. So as far as I'm concerned, the TIF dollars that would be provided to the developer come from 7,200, 7,250. They don't come from me. They don't come from you. They come from what's generated by the increase in value on that site. If the projections are wrong and the site does not produce the future value that is anticipated, then the reimbursement either reduces or it's gone. There really is no risk here. We don't lose anything. I don't lose anything out of my pocket, and you won't lose anything out of yours. The people at most risk here are the developers. The city is not at risk here. So, so that's how I can frame how I look at this. I believe I'm looking at it correctly. And if I'm not, I'll look for someone to correct me. I'm happy to be corrected. But that's how I'm looking at it. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Anderson.
Thank you. We're voting tonight on the creation of a TIF district. We're not voting tonight on numbers. The math remains fuzzy to me, and I think that over the course of time, I'm trusting that we can continue to pursue that, and that we can continue to work on that. I have concerns about how these numbers flow. They changed. I don't want them to change more. I'd like them to come down. I'd like to see if we can find a way to do that. The interest expense here is significant, and that's what I've been talking about tonight, so I won't repeat myself. However, the public benefit of the stormwater mitigation is overwhelmingly important in my mind, and that will be a significant benefit in the neighborhoods. It will help a lot. The affordable housing aspect of this is also, I think, quite important, how that ties in. So I can support creation of a district, and we'll fight the numbers battle, the amounts of money on a different night.
Thank you, Member Anderson. Member Fisher, do you want to indicate your interest here? You're good? You're good. I think this is really, I have to give our staff and our advisors some great credit here for thinking about the use of TIF through the use of a housing district, creating a housing district using TIF. I mean, it's very, 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 very creative, very novel, at least for us. And what it gives us a chance to do is to reset, or as Member Fisher says, renew this entire block on arguably the most important commercial street in our town. And how many times do you get a chance in a lifetime to reset an entire block, and not only reset it and renew it, but to set the standards for how everything else will be done in the district? Because what's proposed to be done there in conjunction with what the developer has said they would do and what we said they need to do to meet these design guidelines for the Southdale district is something that's extraordinary. And it sets a tone for everything that's going to happen in that district and beyond in the years to come. And so this is a flex point, a pivot point in the life of that Southdale district, and we're going to see some things we've never seen before over the next couple of years get developed on that square block that I think will be extraordinary and will become the focal point for what gets done out from there over time, both with respect to land use from a development standpoint and also non-motorized movements, and to some extent motorized movements as well. So I think it's the right thing to do to be using TIF for the creation of this housing district, and I'm in favor of creating this tax increment financing district, as you call it, the 72nd in France TIF district. So I will support it as well. Does someone care to make a motion with respect to Resolution 2019-24?
I'll move approval.
Is there a second?
Second.
Got a motion and second to approve Resolution 2019-24, which establishes the 72nd in France tax increment financing district and adopts a tax increment financing plan. Any further discussion? This is a voice vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carried. Thank you. All right, we're going to move on to the reports and recommendations portion of the agenda, and we've got Jeff Brown here with us this evening. And we're going to talk about the recommendations that are coming to us regarding residential recycling and organics collection. And council is going to make some decisions on the direction we want to head.
Okay. Thanks, Mayor Hovland, members of the council. I'm Jeff Brown, Community Health Administrator with the city.
Solveig Wilmot, I'm with Recycling, and I'm also an Environmental Health Specialist.
Solveig, welcome.
So
welcome.
tonight, we're going to be talking about residential organics collection and curbside collection. And Solveig and I will run through some slides, and then Tara Brown, our Sustainability Manager, is also here and will help us answer some questions at the end. So these items basically started with the two bullets that you see on the screen in front of you. A strategy for meeting waste reduction goals with organics collection, basically developing that strategy by Q2 of last year. And then council meeting in July, basically stating for staff to align the organics collection process with the recycling process. So that's why we're here talking about both tonight. So first, we'll talk about organics collection. You can see the definition in front of you there. No, this is me. Okay, sorry. You can see the definition there. We'll do a brief background on some solid waste goals at the county and state levels, go through the process for the request for proposals, our staff recommendation, and then next steps after June.
So the solid waste goals that have been established both by the state and county are presented here. There's by Minnesota Pollution Control Agency, their Metropolitan Solid Waste Policy Plan. They indicated that they're looking to have the communities within the state develop a 75% recycling and organic collection or recovery from what is currently into the waste stream. That goal is actually hoped to be established by 2030. This chart indicates the goals that have been established. We're going to talk about the organics portion on it for the MPCA, and we're looking at the 12 to 15% that we could capture from now to 20. Well, our contract will only be about 5 to 7 years, 5 years. So it'll be the 2025 goal of 14%. And then in Hennepin County, they established a goals. They did a study, actually, a waste sort study, where they pulled 17 samples from 3 different weeks on 3 different locations within their community, within Hennepin County. They sorted it, and then they determined how much is in the waste that could be captured. So they found there's 25% of the trash is made up of organics currently. With an organic collection program, we can target getting that 25%. So then the county set up some changes to their ordinance currently, ordinance number 13, and it establishes a requirement for the cities to provide an opportunity for curbside organic collection by 2022. With our curbside proposal, our RFP that we went out, we hope to also be meeting this requirement that the county set out. We also hope to then capture enough organics that we meet the MPCA goals. And a citywide program then would provide service for all of the residents, and we would need to provide a program that everybody participates in and pays into in order to have a proper contract with a hauler.
So with those waste management goals in mind, we considered the proposals, and our staff recommendation is to enter into contract with Beer Can Proposal. It was the most cost-effective proposal. It's a flat fee for 5 years at $5 a month per household. And then in addition to that, we would recommend hiring a staff person to help with education, outreach, and coordination with Beer Can to reach residents that are not already using the organics collection program through them. They have about an 11%, rate right now with residents, but we'd be hoping to increase that number. So after tonight, and you do have a review and comment part in your packet from the Energy and Environment Commission. So after tonight, we would, if council deems this contract awarded to Beerkant, we'd enter into negotiations with them and then bring the contract back for approval, along with some city code changes that need to be made, and then work on hiring of staff and implementing early in 2020. So that's organics. We'll go through some recycling slides as well, and then we can take some questions at the end. So moving to recycling now, this would be, our contract is ending at the end of the year, so this would be a new contract for an existing service. Go through some of the same solid waste goals, but using from the recycling lens. Go through the request for proposals and our recommendation options and kind of the staff thought process. And then we have a final slide that does detail out, because we bill quarterly on our water bill, what the quarterly cost impact to residents would be of the recommendations.
So again, we'll refer to the MPCA's goals that they have. For us, we'd be looking at capturing more recycling, up to 54%. We currently are about 45% for Edina. We're pretty good, just a little more of a nudge to get there. And then Hennepin County study, it indicates just for the county that 14% of recyclables are still in the trash. So that compares really with what we're finding in Edina's collection process as to what is in the trash, or a goal that we could meet then to capture what county would like us to get to, or MPCA.
So the request for proposal timeline, the RFP was issued in October. Responses were due by the end of the year. We have received requests from residents for weekly recycling collections, so the RFP did require submission of both biweekly and weekly options. We did also include some questions regarding sustainability, customer service, any equity initiatives that the company may be involved in, and just some operational questions. So we had 3 companies that submitted 5 different proposals. Eureka Recycling submitted a proposal and an alternate. Republic Services submitted a single proposal, and Waste Management submitted a general and then an alternate. So just for some context, this is the graph provided by Hennepin County. This is the recycling commodity market since January of 2012. It is not predictable. It is variable. So that's kind of, that impacted the proposals. Our last contract was pretty, I guess I could use the word simple. It was pretty straightforward. It had a monthly cost and didn't have much adjustment, except for annual increases. In these proposals, they all had different variations of some way to mitigate that market variability. One was like a month-to-month adjustment. Some are annual adjustments based on a look back of the 12 previous months. And then another one had if the market goes down below a certain point, there's an additional cost. So they had different, it was interesting to study because of the different variability. So this graph basically shows the 2020 weekly or monthly per household cost estimates of the 5 different proposals. The current weekly contract is $2.84. Or current biweekly contract is $2.84, and that's ending at the end of this year. As you can see on the lower half, the contract price is going to go up even if we stay with every other week recycling. It's just more if we go to weekly recycling. As far as how staff viewed the proposals, we basically looked at the waste reduction goals first as kind of a criteria. Like, how can we get the waste or the recyclables out of the waste stream? So that's how we looked at weekly versus every other week. Then we looked at the different costing formulas and the risk of market-based proposals. Some have a cap, some were fixed, and what was our tolerance for totally depending on the market for a monthly cost for a resident, or paying a higher amount initially to ensure a fixed cost. And then we evaluated the proposals with the sustainability, customer service, and equity questions. So our staff recommendation is to give you some options. If we stay with biweekly collection, the staff recommendation is to enter into contract with Republic Services, because the cost of their cost proposal was much lower than the other proposals. But to also do some community engagement to determine resident interest in weekly collection. If council is comfortable with weekly collection contract, then we would recommend going with Eureka Recycling beginning in January of 2020. And if we want to do community engagement prior to choosing, we could defer the contract tonight and conduct some community engagement, but we need to be cognizant of the time frame in order for a hauler to order trucks and be ready for that January 2020 timeline. And so we would need to do that by the beginning of May. So next steps, you also have the comment from the EEC members about recycling. We would enter into contract negotiations if we award that tonight and bring the contract back to council at a meeting in the near future and implement in 2020. And this is that slide comparing the quarterly cost of the current contract, the top line, with the different options detailed out below. The price will go up no matter what the selection. It just depends on what the combination is moving forward. So this is what a resident would see on their water bill. Questions?
Member Brindle.
Thank you. So I'm looking at the attachment that is the City of Edina citywide curbside recycling contract proposal summaries. And we have 3 proposals here, and 2 of them have alternate proposals. Now, the list of costs in the chart that you showed earlier included costs from the initial proposal, not from the alternate proposal, right?
So this,
yes.
So we have the like Eureka's initial, and then alternate, Waste Management's initial, and the alternate, and then Republic's proposal. So 5 total, 3 companies.
Okay, so what do you want us to look at and why? Do you want us to look at the initial proposal or the alternate proposal?
Okay. So
I mean, they look virtually the same to me. There is, if we really look at, let's say, the Eureka, alternate, the original, the initial proposal, $473 biweekly, $740 weekly, with a 3% increase. And then alternate proposal, $414 biweekly, $647 weekly, 3% annual increase. Then $1 per household increased if commodity market falls below $55 a ton. That's if they can sell the stuff, right?
Right.
Okay. And
So-
then 2 consecutive markets in place until market recovers. What is that?
So the difference between the 2 Eureka proposals is the initial proposal is a set rate, set annual rate.
Yep.
There's no change in it based on the market. The alternate proposal gives us a lower base rate, that's the 414, but gives the company some protection if the commodity market really goes badly. And so if the market goes below that $55 per ton for 2 months in a row, they would add $1 per household per month until the market goes back above the $55 per ton.
Oh, I see.
So it's a way to protect, to kind of share that risk. So that's the difference between those proposals. It's similar with Waste Management. Their initial proposal, they actually did it the other way around. Their initial proposal has kind of a modifier, market-based modifier that would
Okay.
change month to month.
Mhm.
And then their alternate proposal was a fixed rate proposal, like a guaranteed rate.
Okay, great, thank you.
I got a threshold question for you. You indicated that data from Hennepin County shows that 14.6% of trash is made up of recyclable material. And you said that was probably consistent with what we're seeing on a biweekly basis? Is that there's still, or weekly basis with trash hauling, is that 14% of the trash is
Correct.
contained recyclable material?
Weekly trash collection will contain about 14.6%
All right.
that could be captured for recycling.
So one of the, you said that was an important data point. So if we were to consider going to weekly recycling pickup instead of biweekly, how much of that trash, how much of that recycling that's in the trash would we get out of the trash?
We
Or don't we
absolutely
know
hope
that?
it would be all of that.
You're assuming we get all of it out?
We would aim for that, yes.
We don't have a data point to say if we do weekly, we'll get 90% or 80%. We can't, we don't know that data point. We just know what is in the trash now is 15% recyclable, and we're not getting that.
All right, so, you know, when we first started the last contract, it seems to me like I had quite a few neighbors saying, gee, we need to do recycling every week because I get too much recycling. And I'm not hearing that as much anymore. And it just makes me wonder whether we'd really get most of that recycling out of the trash by going to weekly pickup versus biweekly pickup. I don't have a sense of that.
That same sentiment is a common comment that we hear as staff. The other thing about weekly collection is that we hear people on Mondays or Fridays, that is their pickup day, and they're at the cabin, or they're gone, or they're on business, and they have to keep their recycling in their garage for a month because their pickup days are a month apart, and that's inconvenient. So we do get that, the increase in capacity, the desire for increased capacity comment frequently.
All right, so let me ask you another question. If we kept the biweekly collection contract with Republic, that's who we have the contract with now, right?
Correct.
And we did, number one, and we did a community engagement process to determine resident interest in weekly collection. How long would we be extending that contract with Republic in order to be able to accomplish that engagement study to determine resident interest in weekly collection?
Not at all. Right?
If we do, number one is saying, stay with biweekly collection, sign a new contract with Republic for, the proposals are 5 or 7 years, but then during the life of that contract, get resident input on, should we, work with Republic to switch to weekly collection during the life of that contract? That's what number one is saying. If we want to defer the decision based on weekly versus every other week, that's what number 3 is saying.
So Republic's willing to, if we engage the community and we determine that the resident interest is in weekly collection, they're willing to modify the contract anytime during the contract period?
Yeah, we've had those discussions about, is that a possibility? And they're open to that. It's easier to go from every other week to weekly and buy a truck or get ready with staff. I mean, there would be some lead time, obviously. Then try to start weekly and try to go the other way because there's purchasing trucks and staff and that kind of thing.
I'm just wondering why we can't extend the existing contract with maybe some slight modification until we find out what the interest is of the community, across the community, to determine whether or not they want weekly collection versus biweekly collection.
Well,
and then do a new contract as soon as we know what people want.
I would think that would be possible.
But I think
which
the
is kind of number
suggestion-
3, I guess.
Yeah, but Mr. Mayor, I think the suggestion is that we could do some public engagement to sort of get it at an interest level in weekly, bi-weekly, and come back to you to make this decision the first council meeting in May.
Yeah, that's, yeah, I guess I'm talking about number 3. We just continue as is.
Yeah, this
and do the
contract
community
doesn't expire.
engagement
This
work,
contract
and then
doesn't
make a
expire till the end of this
decision in
year.
May. I mean, that's kind of the way I'm leaning. On the recycling, on the composting, I'm pretty comfortable with the decision of, or the recommendation of staff. Those decisions don't have to go in lockstep, I take it.
They don't.
No.
We got different
vendors.
Vendors recommended. Member Staunton, you're sitting here contemplating the state of trash and
So
recycling and composting.
you know, first of all, sorry you guys had to wait so long through a public hearing. It's late, so I'll try to cut to the chase. I think the organics thing is terrific. I think it's time to do it. I have a lot of confidence in Vircant. We use Vircant and have for several years. They do a terrific job, and I think they can scale up and make that happen. On the recycling, I have to say my initial reaction was kind of I'm not sure about the biweekly, and I also was wondering both on recycling and organics about the extra personnel. But the more I read what the Energy and Environment Commission described and what you all have put together, I've become more sensitive to the notion that continuing education is important on this, both to get people to do the recycling, but also to get them to recycle the right stuff, because when you put contaminated stuff in or you put things that aren't recyclable in, it's just gumming up the works and driving up the costs, and it's really important that we get people all on the same page. And we've shown that over time we've been able, you know, all of us residents are trainable on this. We're starting to get better at it, and we're using it more, and I think we're headed in the right direction. So on the vendor, what I'm stuck on is Eureka versus Republic. If it ain't broke, don't fix it in me, says Republic. You know, they've actually been making it run pretty smoothly. We haven't had a lot of issues or complaints, other than maybe it doesn't come often enough, but that's not their issue. I understand Eureka, we were impressed by their kind of education component and how they can reach into that, and that may be a benefit, but I'm a little nervous about switching from something that's working well to something else and maybe creating some problems. And then on the biweekly versus the weekly, I'm actually somewhat persuaded we could go to weekly, given all the research you've presented with us. But I'm happy to have a community engagement on that. I'd just as soon do that quickly by the beginning of May and make a decision for the beginning of 2020.
Other thoughts? Member Anderson?
Just that we've been discussing community engagement at length over the last several days, and it just seems to me that your recommendation, your third recommendation here, makes more sense than anything else to immediately move forward with working with neighborhoods, working with people, and I'm loath to bring this up at 11:15, but at some point in time, we should probably be looking towards getting some bidding on trying to narrow down the number of vendors that are charging around all week long and doing a lot of damage to streets. I just think sooner or later, and I know that people have a level of concern about that and people want to choose their own vendor. And again, I know it's 11:15, so I'll stop that. But I just think when we spend time on refuse collection, recycling, organic recycling, that comes up. It looks to me like we're knocking on the door of adding still another vendor. So it's just something to think about in the future. Thanks for your good work.
Member Fisher?
I think 11:15 is as good a time as any to throw a grenade right out in the middle of the room. For the record, I actually agree with you. So, I think my small sample size would suggest, and based on reading the comments from the Energy and Environment Commission, I actually think weekly collection makes a lot of sense, but I also agree that this is probably one of those good opportunities just to find out what all of our customers think. What are all the rest of the community feeling about that?
Just an add-on to twofer.
Member Brindle, you
I'm
have
sorry,
a
excuse
comparable
me.
sense of things?
Well, when I read the proposal, I thought, well, this is leaving, it really didn't come with a clear recommendation. And so I guess I would go with what my peers have recommended, and that is find out what people want. We are hearing weekly recycling. It may be part of the reason that 14% of our trash is recyclable, because people can't fit it in their recycling container and they don't want it around. So what they can't fit in, the recycler won't pick it up unless it's in a bin, so they throw it away. So that could be possible. So and that we'll hear, I think, what our folks would prefer. So this is an opportunity for Better Together Edina to put out a platform that asks for responses. And I know that I've heard from folks that they want weekly pickup because they have too much in a week, which means they're recycling. And that's a good thing. We should encourage that.
I'd like to do number 3, defer the contract, get some community input on this, because if we go to new biweekly recycling plus the proposed organics collection, we're tripling people's quarterly bills. And if we do it weekly, we're going to quadruple their bill. I think they need to weigh in on that. Yep. I think it's the only smart thing to do, is to let them decide where they want this to fall. Because those are some pretty significant increases. Maybe dollar-wise not so significant, but percentage-wise monumental.
Do folks have I think the one thing we haven't given much consensus on is who's the preferred vendor for the recycling? Because really the recommendation was Eureka.
For weekly collection.
For weekly.
If we stay with every other week collection,
yeah,
the Republic price is much lower.
Okay.
It's a clear difference. That factor kind of, it weighs pretty heavy.
So we defer on that until we get some engagement on whether to go bi-weekly or every week.
Yeah, we know that we need to do some of these things because Hennepin County's told us, you got to do this. And so we can tell our residents that, but still when you're talking about tripling or quadrupling their bill, we got to have them weigh in my opinion. Oh, Ron?
Just last thought is, in terms of community outreach, maybe this is an opportunity just to kick around the idea of beginning to narrow the number of vendors. Maybe you want to wait to do that. Maybe it's too much at one time, but just a thought.
One of the decision points that you will get to see during the review of the 2019 Quality of Life Survey is some data directly on that question about organized hauling or current marketplace kind of hauling. So we will have that information coming back to you in a different format, but it's something we poll on regularly, and we can share that with the council.
All right, so I think we can deal with, we got a couple of motions we need to deal with here. Is there a motion to approve the staff recommendations regarding organics collection?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we got a motion second regarding organics collection. Any further discussion? All those in favor of adopting the staff recommendation with regard to organics collection, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carried. And then is there a motion to approve number 3 of the staff recommendations regarding residential recycling, which means that we defer the contract and go out to the public between now and May to find out what their preference is. with respect to either weekly or biweekly recycling.
So moved.
Further discussion? All those in favor of the motion as stated, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bob. Thank you, Solveig. Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Carolyn, and other crew
Melissa.
members. Yeah, I couldn't see who was back there.
Yep, Melissa Seeley.
All right, we're on to correspondence and petitions. Anything other than what was on the dais this evening, Manager Neal?
The only thing I want to make sure you saw was the additional item regarding the motor vehicle lease sales tax resolution that we walked on for tonight. That should have been on your dais in front of you.
Okay.
And I'm going to talk about that.
We're going to
a
handle
little
that in a
bit
minute,
later.
I think.
Yep.
Aviation noise update. All of my colleagues were at the National League of Cities, and I'm sure Member Brindle has a few comments regarding the noise meeting.
Yes, attended the noise meeting. Noise is an advocacy group that's headed by Emily Tranter on a national basis with Lockridge, Grindle, and Nowen Law Firm. So she is an advocate for quiet skies, and she is a lobbyist to help us get our word out to the legislators at a national level. And actually, I don't know that we heard anything really new in that session. But it's always great to connect with her and see what's going on and hear from the other presenters that she puts together. In the room, there were people from the airport in Atlanta as well as, I believe, in Denver. And that's pretty typical. We might have had somebody from California, but we did not have anyone from Boston this time. And we often do have someone from Logan Airport in Boston. Locally, we are hearing from residents, particularly in the Concord neighborhood. And this conversation has been going for several months. And it started by the air traffic waking people up at night, waking people up in the middle of the night, waking people up in the morning, or just in the middle of the day. And the conversation has shifted recently from noise to the amount of activity. So it seems like there is a concentrated track coming off of 30L or 30R, coming our direction, could be off of 12 as well, coming our direction over South Minneapolis, coming right over that Concord neighborhood. And so to the degree that I've gotten enough email, and John Fischbach is the person who is communicating most regularly, and I've said, I'm going to come over there. I'm just going to come over there and experience what you're experiencing. And so we'll probably do that next week and invite a person from the MAC, Metropolitan Airports Commission noise liaison, Jennifer Lewis, to come over as well, so she can see firsthand what John and his family and his neighbors are experiencing. So we are working with them, with that neighborhood, and the next step is to really go get a firsthand experience of and knowledge about what they are experiencing. So next, tomorrow afternoon is the next Noise Oversight Committee meeting at 1:30 at MAC headquarters on 28th Avenue. Details can be found at macnoise.com. The next listening session, these are quarterly listening sessions that take place in different communities. And the next one will be hosted in Mendota Heights at Mendota Heights City Hall on April 24th. And it'll be in the evening. So the agenda for that and details on that, other than the date, aren't available yet. I haven't seen them yet, but You can keep track of that at macnoise.com if you would like to attend that listening session. Basically, a listening session consists of a presentation, and then the floor is open to hear from residents. The next listening session in succession will be July 24th or thereabouts. And we're looking at the possibility, I sent Manager Neal a note today, looking at the possibility of hosting that here with the idea of getting this group of Edina residents here to have a first face-to-face and firsthand conversation with the folks at the MAC. And so that would be an evening session here at City Hall. And we're not, I think the date, we could have it shift either the 24th or the 25th kind of thing. And so we can look at that and see if it's possible to do it here. We did host one a couple of years ago, probably 3 years ago, I would say, maybe even longer. But it would be good to have one here. So those are my notes on aviation.
Great. Anyone else have any comments on noise? Manager Neal, were you there as well?
No, I was there as well, but really there wasn't a lot of new information at this year's noise session.
All right, very good. Council comments. And as we talked about, all of you were at the National League of Cities, and I'm sure it took in some great sessions. I don't know who wants to lead off. Member Anderson, you want to lead off on your council comments? And you may have other things to talk about.
Well, yeah, two things actually. This was my first at the National League of Cities, and it was extremely informative. Member Fisher and I were both in a first-tier suburb group that was extremely informative. And some of your slides tonight came from that. I think we both walked away saying this may be the best thing that we do here because there's so much commonality in the issues that face first-tier suburbs across the nation. But at the same time, you recognize that our city is something of an outlier in that way. And the very revitalization that we talk about it just plays so much into the fabric of life here that you kind of walk away from those things saying, man, are we lucky. The second, the only other comment that I have is directed towards Director Milner, who jumped into a situation in this last week, and I think it was just above and beyond, really. There was a young couple, and I was called into this situation by a former colleague of mine, a young couple who had a water pipe, a drain pipe that had been installed between two properties by the city, I think this like 15 years ago, that had been rerouted at one point. That thing froze and broke. She was pregnant with twins. Their house was closing on Monday. It was under contract. They called the 24-hour emergency line. Who was it that went out there at 11 o'clock?
I don't know who the exact individual was, but I was going to give the credit to Public Works. Those guys were the ones out there doing all that
Went out
work.
there at 11 o'clock and worked until 2 in the morning.
Correct.
Couldn't resolve it. Then I got the notification. Director Milner jumped in at that point. You went out to the property, I think, the morning of. Were you out there at mid-morning?
Nope, I've just had conversations with them, but it was really
Somebody was out there, though. Someone was
staff.
on site again on that morning
Nate
to
Keeler,
help to resolve it. I think that Manager Neal was even pulled into that on some level. And so the reason I mention this is the level of responsiveness to the residents is something that we all kind of take for granted, but I just think that was exemplary. Anybody that goes out at 11 o'clock at night and works till 2 in the morning is really going over the top. So thanks for doing that.
Member Brindle.
Thank you. So the National League of Cities is always a great opportunity to connect with people who do our same job from around the country. And I always come home kind of struck with how interesting it is. And this year was even more aligned, that we're all working on the same projects. We're all working on affordable housing. We're working on different transit options. We're working on stormwater mitigation. Depending upon where you are, you have different tools. You have your problem is framed a little bit differently, but it is interesting to learn from each other what we're all dealing with and how we are dealing with it. So some of the sessions that I attended, on Saturday, I attended a full day session, actually did something that members Fisher and Staunton did, I think, last year, which was the urban planning session put on by the Urban Land Institute with the Legos and all of that. And so you get in a group, just happens to be who sits down at your table, and then they give you each a name tag, and you become the marketer or the site liaison or the developer and whatever. And then you have this 6-block area to come up with and plan around certain principles and needs. And it's always a great exercise to be put in that position, because we aren't in that position. Here we look at a proposal and measure it and weigh it for its merits. But there you get to actually formulate the proposal and decide what you're going to do and why. So it's very educational. And then transportation was able to go and talk with folks about our priorities here in Minnesota, and specifically in the Twin Cities, 35W 494, and funding the full redesign and reconstruction of that intersection and not just doing phase 1. Also looking at our various light rail projects and being able to talk with folks at the federal transportation level and say thank you for participation in this project and walking with us through particularly Southwest Corridor for the many years it has taken to move that project along, but also in the excitement of seeing Bottineau come along right after Southwest Corridor Light Rail. And then bus rapid transit and how that is growing in the Twin Cities. And also realizing how cities large and small are looking at the growth of microtransit, and that being the Uber and the Lyft, the bike, the scooter, and then the more and more sidewalks and trails, and the importance of that in keeping people connected. I went to a session on the census, the 2020 census. We talked about the complete count committees and how they are going to be the on-the-ground communication throughout the community. The census this time, I think for the first time, will be available online. So the first layer of reaching out for the census will be online. The second layer will be reaching out to people who have not responded, and that'll be the complete count committee folks who are out there knocking on doors with a copy of the census and saying, here it is, please fill it out and mail it in. And then going back to that door if, in fact, that census isn't completed and turned in yet. It's important on these complete count committees that you have people that can speak a variety of languages and understand different cultures, so that's part of their job as well. And then went to a session on ethics with a couple of my peers here, and with the thought that, we've been encouraged by some residents to have an ethics policy here, and we've said, there's a state statute and we go by that statute. But in that session, it became clear to me that communicating our values and in our manner of decorum is going to be valuable to our community. So I started thinking about that and kind of drilling down into that. So those are the sessions that I attended, and as long as I am still the person with the floor, I spoke with Joni Bennett, who used to sit on this dais, and she is part of Edina's Complete Count Committee. There is a meeting on March 28th on the 2020 U.S. Census, Why It Matters. And that meeting, March 28th at 7 p.m., will take place in these council chambers. The speaker will be Andrew Verdon, Minnesota State Director of Census Operations and Engagement. And he'll present a video, the session will be video recorded, so it can be watched after that. So you can email it around to folks and say, if you haven't seen this, please look. If we do not get a good count, we do risk the loss of a congressional seat and the loss of representation and possibly a vote at the federal level, even the state level. So it is important that we get as complete a count as possible. So that's what I have.
All right, thank you very much. Member Staunton.
I'll be brief given the hour. Terrific conference out in DC. In my role as a member of the board of the League of Minnesota Cities, I had a chance to do a lot of visiting of legislators on Wednesday. Councilmember Fisher was there later in the day and joined me, and Council members Brindle and Anderson were there for the beginning of that as well. But it was picking up on the comment that other cities are facing the same issues as we're facing. There was a real commonality of voices for local government to our federal legislators talking about the need for infrastructure. It's all about transportation, water, broadband, those kinds of things. And I was impressed with folks who are there working hard to make it happen, and they're trying to keep their heads down and do good things and find the positive in the middle of sometimes a crazy environment. So that was terrific. And, learned lots of things. It's always great to compare notes with folks who are similarly situated to us, and you learn a lot, and it was a great trip. And then we had the pleasure of coming back to a day-and-a-half retreat. I want to thank Scott and Lisa and the other staff members who put that together. It was a terrific review of a bunch of issues that at some point we should debrief with folks on and let them know what areas we covered. But I thought that was really an effective way for us to think about some big issues that we've been wrestling with. So other than that, I'll leave the rest of it for another time. Thanks.
Thank you. Member Fisher.
Yeah, I was thinking about that whole comment about, we're at this conference, then we come back for a retreat. So we were only doing like 15 hours a day at the conference to come back to just, some full day retreat action. I basically had to give up my job for the week, which is fine. I do want to I'm going to briefly hit on a few things, so try not to be repetitive. I thought the First Tier Suburbs Council was really great. And I've been to it 3 years. This is by far the best. And Councilmember Anderson and I even talked about, with Scott, trying to get a subgroup of those first-tier suburbs that are in that, we used the term earlier, that elite class, or ones that are at least more aligned with what, elite is the term they use. It's not, we didn't make that up. But just share some of our opportunities and issues, which is different than, and I will say, it's pretty eye-opening to see the issues that a lot of first-tier suburbs are facing. It's you walk away feeling pretty fortunate about what we're dealing with. Water, noise, transportation, lots of different sessions. Again, a number of us, Councilmember Anderson and Brindle, were in the ethics session, so I know Kevin, you did it last year, so 4 of us have now hit that ethics 4-hour session, and I think it puts us in a good position to have some of those conversations on principles, not rules. Just an observation that was really interesting for me, sometimes I like to just watch people, and what I really saw was they're all elected officials, and you see council member, you see a council over there they're all wearing cowboy hats, and the council over there, they're all, maybe from an inner city someplace, and we all look different, but we have the exact same goal. We're all trying to make our communities better, and that's the magical part about that conference, is that you mix all of us together, and we share ideas, and that's really what that was all about, and it was pretty incredible. And then the whole idea of when we did meet with our legislators, and there was a day where we just Edina going in and meeting with our legislators, and then there was a day where we were with the whole Minnesota contingent meeting with a broader based Minnesota legislators, and in both counts, they really cared about local elected officials coming and sharing our concerns, and I think it made a real difference. And I just want to say that, oh, by the way, our elected officials are amazing. There's some of the new ones, especially the energy that they're bringing to this is really pretty incredible. I just want to say thanks to Casey Casella, who's, she's the management fellow who was assigned to us, right? This was her job to put this all together and make it happen. And several of us have commented to her that we're a little lost right now, because we had days of her telling us where to go, when to be there, how to get there, what to do when we're there. And now we're just here trying to bumble along without that kind of help. It's a tough transition. So thanks to Casey.
All right, thank you. On the 6th of March, it was, I think, the day after our last council meeting, Manager Neal and I attended the Municipal Legislative Commission meeting that was held in Inver Grove Heights. We had a couple of speakers there, two from MnDOT, I guess, and one from the new director, head of the Minnesota Commissioner, Minnesota Housing Finance. Really interesting presentations. And then that night we had that joint session with the school board that all of us were at. And that was, Member Fisher touched briefly on some of the data points that Hazel Reinhardt, the former state demographer, had, because we were interested in knowing how many kids were in the school district that were living in some of these new apartments. And as Member Fisher pointed out, not many, very, very few. And we learned that the kids are all in the tear-down rebuilds. And the single-family home remains the living circumstance of choice for people with kids. And it sounded like the more expensive the tear down, the more kids there were in the household. So that was a little bit of an interesting piece of information. On the 7th, I went over to the state hockey tournament and watched the boys hockey team beat Moorhead. And then the next night, I didn't go, but I watched on television as they beat St. Thomas Academy. And then anguished watching them play Eden Prairie and pull it out in overtime. And so a hearty congratulations to the boys hockey team and the girls hockey team as well. I think this is probably the first time in state history in AA that the boys and girls from the same school have won the state hockey tournament. So congratulations to both those teams, and I hope we can get them both here so that we can recognize them appropriately. In fact, I think there's probably 7 championship teams that we need to get here to City Hall to recognize them. I know the swim team won as well, and so we should get them all here and fet them appropriately, and recognize their achievement here, and let their city kind of fawn over them for a little bit and tell them how great they are. And then on the 8th, I drove down to Owatonna for the day with Mayor of St. Louis Park, Jake Spano, and I drove down to Minnesota mayors together. Minnetonka, or the Owatonna mayor hosted several mayors there from around that part of the state, and had a good discussion all day long, building these relationships so we can better understand what some of the issues are in greater Minnesota, and they can learn what's going on in our communities in the metro area as well. Had Regional Council of Mayors on the 11th, and then you were all out at the National League of Cities meeting. I went to the comp plan meeting that night that was held over at Public Works, and there was a real terrific level of support there from our staff and our board and commission members as well to meet with residents. And then on the 13th, I gave a little mini State of the City to the condominium residents over at Creekside Condominiums. And then, as was mentioned, we had the council retreat on the 14th, the night of the 14th and the 15th. And then on Saturday, the 16th, I had walk with the mayor. That usually takes about an hour. It was about an hour and a half with a lot of good conversation and some of the issues that people were concerned about, we were able to talk through fairly effectively. So that's it for my report on what's been going on from a calendar standpoint. And then the other thing I wanted to cover with in my council comments, mayor comments, was the summary of the city manager performance review. The city this year hired Dr. Craig Waldron to conduct the city manager assessment. And he met not only with all of us on the council, he met with department directors and a select number of employees. And I'm pleased to report that there's a fair unanimity of opinion with regard to our city manager. And as Dr. Waldron said, Scott's off the charts on leadership. People love working for him at the staff level and the director level. There's a tremendously high level of trust throughout the organization. He's very highly engaged with staff. And I think one of our council members, maybe multiple council members, mentioned that there were comments from at least one staff person that said they'd walk through a wall for him. Even though they didn't agree with him all the time, they were still willing to walk through the wall for him. And I think really we came to that common sort of unanimity of opinion that Scott is a real true professional. And we've really got a strong level of mutual respect with respect to the council and Manager Neal. We all have a common goal of continuing to push for excellence in our community. And we've got challenges that we need to deal with in 2019. And when we look at what Scott did with respect to his goals that he had for 2018, he realized all of those, and we've got some new goals established for 2019, and we can talk through those in due course. So Dr. Waldron's observations were that he thinks Edina's got an incredible culture, that things work well here, that we're a well-managed and well-respected city, and that Scott is the glue that holds this all together. So those are all wonderful things to hear from the person that we hired to do that evaluation for us. And I think it's consistent with what we all think about you and feel about you as well. So
thank you.
It was all in all an extraordinarily positive review.
Thank you.
And I don't know if any of my colleagues have any other comments, but certainly welcome to make them if they so desire. Okay, Manager Neal, do you want to? We want to deal with this issue of the resolution that's been proposed by the county.
A couple things, and I'll
you
be
may
quick,
have some comments as well
too. First of all, I'm grateful for that review and for the position I have here working for this city. It's a great job and a great city, and I'm happy to be here. So thank you for that. I also attended National League of Cities this year. Attended the Leading Through Disruption program, First Tier Cities group, Airport Noise. One of the interesting sessions I went to this year that I hadn't gone to before with Councilmember Staunton was the legal updates session. It was incredibly interesting and fast-paced. One of the things I thought was interesting during our trip was just the people you get to meet by just hanging around in the hallways of the office buildings. While we were waiting for Representative Omar, we had a chance we ran into the representatives from the National Association of Postal Supervisors who were there lobbying as well. So we lobbied them about keeping our post office at 50th and France, which was a good idea, and added that to their lobbying agenda. And as we were waiting there, Commissioner Ho, Commissioner of Minnesota Housing Finance Authority, came out of the office, so we had a chance to lobby her for a while and had a nice picture with her too. So just by being at the right place at the right time, we did some good for Edina, I think. The item that is in front of you is the kind of thing that happens during legislative sessions. We get a pretty quick request from one of the organizations we belong to, in this case, League of Cities, Minnesota League of Cities, League of Minnesota Cities, asking us to adopt a resolution supporting House File 2194 and Senate File 2087. This is asking for the state to reallocate or change the way that it allocates the sales tax that is generated by leases on motor vehicles. Right now, those sales taxes are distributed statewide, except they are not distributed to Hennepin County and Ramsey County, the places where they probably generate the most of that kind of sales tax. And so this legislation seeks to redistribute that money and add Hennepin and Ramsey to the distribution formula. So we are asking.
And you might explain why they weren't included on the distribution formula. That's because of the
you know better than I do.
The County Transit Improvement Board was created several years ago. And when that got created and they could raise money through sales tax, and the legislature took this funding source away from them. And now that CTIB has perished, they're deciding to go back and ask the legislature to let them participate in that motor vehicle sales tax allocation again.
Generates approximately somewhere between 10 and 12 million a year for Hennepin County to use on roads and bridges. So we do have two of our representatives already support this bill. Representative Elkins is one of the House authors, and Senator Franzen is one of the Senate authors. And this resolution is just an official expression of support by the Edina City Council for these two bills and for the concept in general.
Okay.
So we ask for your support.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve resolution number 2019-25 supporting the motor vehicle lease sales tax allocation to Hennepin County?
So second.
All right. Any further discussion? All those in favor of the motion as stated say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carried. Any other business for the council? Otherwise, we'll adjourn and go into immediate session for the Edina Housing and Redevelopment Authority. All right. Hearing nothing, we stand adjourned as the council. We have just a couple-minute break while they switch over, and they're going to give us a green light, according to Ms. Benarott. And